Bang. 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 campaign. Bang. 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 Bang.
to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia 2025.
He's going to try to do, he's going to try sneak into the inside yet again here. Breaks very late, gets on the apex, tries to close the door. Nebula does close the
Because we
door.
saw lots of challenges, lots of texting going on left and right, and let's see where it happens. So we get Nabil still holding on to it. Gotta do it.
But Chong Kai Chance, he takes the win in race number 2.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum and welcome. We are now live here at Sunway University for Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia eRacing Championship 2025. My name is Faisal and we are once again live here at Sunway University. Welcome for those of you here live with us, and also welcome for those of you watching at home on Facebook and YouTube. Remember, if you're at home, don't forget to comment your favorite drivers and what you think we can do to make it more exciting in the comments below. Don't forget to also like. Alright, we have already seen today is our grand finale. Yesterday we have seen 20 races, 7 racetracks, 5 amazing cars. We've seen amazing things happen yesterday, but today we have our top 10 finalists. Now, if you're just joining us here today, don't worry. Here's a short recap on our qualifiers. Now, let's have a look at what they've gone through during our qualifiers here today. Remember, this was the format that was used. Now, we are here today because we did something a little bit different. On round 1, 10th of May, we used Race Room. On round 2, for the qualifiers on the 14th of June, we used Assetto Corsa. And in round 3 on the 16th of August, we used eRacing. But today, for the semi-finals and grand finals today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going back to our roots, which is GT Gran Turismo 7. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to our roots and we are excited to be here today. Now, the reason why we did it a little bit different is because we wanted to be a bit more inclusive, and also we wanted to include players from PC, not just PlayStation. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, before we continue into our races, we want to thank those that have made this possible today. First and foremost, a big thank you to Toyota, together with our sponsors and partners. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Toyo Tires, Modelista, Denso, Pentas Flora, Tech Lab, Motis, NK, Kinto, TCAP, and Sunway University. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. And not only that, we've got government bodies helping us out to help at the grassroots levels for our drivers. We want to give a big shout out to MESF and MAM. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, so. Well, all right, we can see the crowd already hyped this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, without further ado, let's have a look at our finalists. We're going to pass it over to our commentators this afternoon. Take it away, Matthew and Victor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faisal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia eRacing Esports GT Championship 2025. My name is Matthew Isaac, and right next to me is Victor Cass as we bring you all the action that's been happening from the time it began and all the way till here in this grand finale. I mean, how many grand finals we have commentated, man?
Many years.
Countless,
now.
eh?
Like at least 6, if I count off the top of my head, including this one here. So it's been a long and very storied journey that we've had together here in Toyota Gazoo Racing, and yet here in 2025 we continue to write these stories for all of you guys to watch back home here. So yeah, it's a very exciting day today. It's the culmination of all the efforts that all of our finalists have done, and this is exactly what they are fighting for. 123,000 ringgit, and this is split across 3 different championships. Let's go ahead and try to break this down a little bit for you guys. We've got 2 different championships they're going to be contended with here today. Of course, this is the Esports GT round, given that this is Gran Turismo that we are running in this grand finals, and of course the ever so important Pro Championship, which rewards the drivers for their efforts across the whole whole season of 2025. And of course, we had the campus tour race, which we concluded yesterday. This is the esports GT rounds prize pool splits. Winner of this will go home with 1,500 ringgit. First runner-up comes home with 1,200 ringgit, where second runner-up comes home with 1,000 ringgit. And you can see the other splits up on the board here. But what's also important for this prize here is not just the money, but also a chance to represent Malaysia in the TGR Asia Esports GT Championship 2025, and that is the regional championship where they will be competing against all the other champions from other countries as well.
Yeah, so that is the prize pool. But let's have a look on the pro side. And this is for the pro championship. The champion will be bringing home RM 25,000 ringgit, man. And the first runner-up, 15,000 ringgit. Second runner-up for 10,000 ringgit. And remember, Victor, you're not only going back with that. Until 11th to 20th place, you still bring back some cash with you.
Yeah, so these top 20 semi-finalists, we saw them fight out today. So those guys who didn't quite make it to the grand finals still will go home with some money in hand thanks to the pro championship. And yeah, it's going to be a real big prize. This is why Toyota Gazoo Racing still remains the premier e-racing tournament here in Malaysia, man.
Yeah, so now we're going to be going on with our main man on the front stage. He'll be carrying him more forward on what's going to be coming up. And Mr. Faisal, over to you, man.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Victor. All right, so now we're going to check out our top 10 finalists that will be battling it out for the 123,000 ringgit prize pool. All right, I shall move over here as we've got 10 finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Coming in, it's sim number 10, Chong Jin Bin. One of the youngest drivers here today at the age of 19, Chong Jin Bin. He'll be at sim number 10. All right, next up at sim number 5, Nabil Azlan. Welcome, Nabil. I call him Babyface because he's very, very cute. Nabil, you'll be at sim number 5. All right, next up, we've got at sim number 9, Iqbal Suji. One of the more experienced drivers we have in store for you guys today, coming in from Selangor. Iqbal, you'll be at sim number 9. All right, thank you. Next up, Mr. Wayne Go. What's up, Wayne? Welcome, welcome. Now, when we talk about experience, we talk about skill, we talk about Wayne. There you go. Head on over to sim number 6, Wayne. Thank you so much. Next up, at sim number 8, Putra Azwira. What's up, Putra? Not old, not young, just the right amount of age. Okay, Putra, you'll be at sim number 8. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Now, Lau Wui Kid. Welcome, welcome, Lau Wui Kid. The only contestant from Penang, age 34. You'll be at sim number 7. Okay, pulling off the Marcus Rashford a celebration. Next up, we've got Chong Kai Chang. What's up, Kai Chang? Now, we've had a little bit of chat yesterday with Kai Chang. Great performance during the semi-final. Sim number 4. All right, next up, we've got Danish Wignaswaran. Welcome, welcome. Only at the age of 24, performing amazingly yesterday. Sim number 1. Next up, we've got Nakib Azlan. His name and face is familiar because he's brothers with Nabil Azlan. All right, so Nakib, you'll be at sim number 3. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, our ex-champion, defending champion, Taj Izrin Aiman. For a returning champion, one of the most humblest men I've met here today. Ladies and gentlemen, Taj Izrin Aiman. Aiman, you'll be at sim number 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have now seen our top 10 finalists. They are ready, they are hyped up, and they are pumped up to battle it out for our prize pool of 123,000 ringgit. And the top 3 will be qualifying to the regional in Bangkok, Thailand. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Very excited to see what's happening today in the grand finals. Take it away to our commentators, Matthew and Victor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Faisal. Victor, now we are down to 10 amazing drivers that will be battling for the grand finale. I just can't wait to see who's going to be the champion. I mean, defending champion is still TGR Malaysia. Who will be that one person to actually, you know, take the throne away? We saw it in 2022. Iqbal Suji snatched that that streak away there, Victor. And this time, could there be anyone else that might be doing the same again?
There's certainly a lot of contenders for that front, isn't it? I mean, of course, Iqbal Suji is rejoining us here in 2025 again, so maybe we'll be seeing the two champions trying to knock heads with each other. But then we also got we got three new names that are going to be having their first ever Grand Finals appearance here, particularly Naqib Aslan, Nabil Aslan, and Chong Jin Bin. So I would say, like, the game is literally anyone's opportunity here today, because in the end, it's not just about who has the better histories. It's more about who performs the best in this very day itself.
I mean, talking about performance, we saw yesterday most of these drivers have been absolutely talented, and they showed what can be done on the track. So today is the day that we might be actually witnessing that in much more. Remember, Victor, I told you that in the grand finale, with these full talents that we see in Group A and Group B, they are coming merged together, especially those top 5 drivers from each groups right now. It is going to be one hell of a ride, man.
Indeed, one hell of a ride is one way to put it for sure. But it's been a very interesting journey to witness here for everyone involved because of the new format. Because that's how we were managed to find all these newer drivers, to join us in the semifinals, and it's great to see that 3 of them managed to make it to this very stage itself for the very first time. And obviously, like, there's a very different mix of the kind of drivers that we have here.
Yeah.
Of course, we have drivers like Taj Izrin Aiman, who has been an expert in Gran Turismo, but on the other end of the spectrum, you got Naqib Aslan, who has had many achievements in other platforms and other competitions, but not this specific one. This is his first ever attempt at taking on the Gran Turismo Masters.
Yes, absolutely. So 10 amazing drivers has been really lined up for the grand finale. Before we move on, we're going to be having a look on the highlights of what actually happened on yesterday.
Yeah, so this is all from the semi-finals here. Here's where Nabil Aslan, despite having a really bad qualifying, was attempting to make up places, and it had to make a lot of effort. This is where Raja and as well as Azib had a photo finish. This is a very controversial crash here that Vikesh did onto Nabil Aslan, costing him a possible position as he had to do the run-up together with Adam in that later race. Then here is Naqib as well as Adam Harif getting to a battle here with Chong Jin Bin also lurking in the background. This is where we've shifted over into the Super Formula round. This was for race number 3 in the semi-finals here, and a lot more reaction times and a lot more faster this race was. As we can see here, Lau Wei Kit was definitely the standout in that race number 3 here. He moved up several places, crossed a lot of different drivers, and did manage to finally make his way into the grand finals.
What a performance by Lau Wei Kit yesterday, man. There were moments where we saw Naqib Aslan was literally challenging Chong Kai Chang over here, but then Chong Kai Chang came absolutely victorious. I mean, he looks like a top contender for the title there, Victor. But remember that first race he had was the one that actually didn't get him the points, the points that he wanted. So I feel like, if he's able to get that would have been much more better.
Indeed. Here is the top 10 finalist list yet again here. You can see that, like I said, a lot of these guys have definitely come to the grand finals before. In fact, when I checked the back, virtually everyone who is a former competitor here have actually been to the grand finals before. It is only the 3 drivers who have this brand new appearance here in this grand finals that have not had this experience before. So as you can see, a lot of representation for Selangor itself, but of course we got 2 drivers also from Wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur here in form of Danish as well as Naqib Aslan. Lau Wei Kit came all the way from Penang, and it's great to see that he's made his 3rd ever grand finals appearance here today. And Chong Jin Bin, of course, from Johor, is the youngest and also the first timer as well appearing in the grand finals.
Yeah, remember there's going to be top 3 winners that will be competing in the TGR Asia Esports GT Championship 2025. Well, it is all about that moment right now, David. The grand finale, we have waited for a long time, and it is here, and we're about to find out who will be going through.
Indeed, we shall. I mean, there's only going to be 3 races for them to fight through it. We got the race 1 and race 2, which is going to be in qualifying as well as reverse grid. And then the final race is going to be determined based on their championship positions for today itself. So definitely going to be a very familiar format for them. They've already run this through in the semifinals. They just have to do it once again here in the grand finals, but this time with even stronger opponents.
Yeah, so yesterday we saw lots of amazing format, amazing tracks, but today we're going to be going into that again. And this time we got the race format a little bit different for the grand finale. Victor, break it down, man.
You say a little bit different. I think it's more or less the same. It's just a different type of track that's going to be run here. So it's still going to be starting off with a 5-minute qualifying session to determine their grid positions. Following that, it'll be a 15-minute race here. So the tire wear and fuel consumption will be balloted before the race. We'll expand on that later on as we get into the actual racing itself. Tire rating is going to be a choice between the hards, mediums, and the softs. So there is a minimum 1 pit stop, but that's actually applied for race number 2 here. In terms of the points system itself, a very familiar point system that we've seen here at 25 points for first place and 1 point for 10. That's how it's split all the way down. They also will earn another extra point for the fastest lap during the race, as well as pole position during qualifying.
Yeah, so that is the race format of the day. We're going to be moving on into race 2. And the race 2 format, more or less the same there, Victor, but this time it's going to be 25 minutes reverse grid order from race 1 result, just like what we saw yesterday. And yeah, the point system, absolutely the same.
Yeah, so the reverse grid is what makes it a little bit more interesting here, because the faster drivers will be starting generally from the back, whereas the slower drivers will be in front. So in order for the fast drivers from race 1 to gain more points, they have to be able to pass other drivers on the track. And as we've seen from the semifinals itself, that's never guaranteed. Some drivers are able to do that quite easily, but some drivers tend to get stuck behind traffic. So it's very important, this race here as well, not just for the front runners, to maintain their points lead, but also for those who missed out in race 1 to be able to come back very hard here going into race 3.
Yeah, so that is the format. We're going to be going into the track. All right, so let's have a look on the track that is going to be used for the grand finale. It's going to be the Autodromo de Interlagos in Sao Paulo, Brazil, there, Victor. I mean, home of Ayrton Senna. Yeah, lots of legendary moments that happened over here in the Formula 1 history. But today, the history will be written in Toyota Gazoo Racing eRacing series. Well, 15 turns, I would say, man, lots of amazing curves here. But then I would tell, if you do something wrong in these curves, you're going to be absolutely punished really hard.
Yeah, especially in the infield section. One of the things about Interlagos is that one is actually built around a lake, hence the term Lagos, but also it was a kind of a developed as a speedway, so it's actually sort of an oval in the early days that got converted into an infield circuit, and it's been, yes, the site of a great F1 battle, including the famous championship battle between Lewis Hamilton and Felipe Massa, back in 2008. That was a crazy, crazy moment, and we're going to be seeing crazy moments just like that when we get to the actual racing here. So here is the car, or as I like to say, the weapon of choice for our drivers here today. The GR Supra race car 2019 Group 4, which is based off of the GT4 version of the Toyota Supra. It still uses a 3-liter turbocharged inline-6, delivering nearly 400 brake horsepower, but also an impressive 587.1 Newton meters of torque. It's front-engine rear-wheel drive. It has plenty of aerodynamics, plenty of traction, and also a race suspension to boot. So it's, as we've seen with yesterday's Campus Tour races, it's going to deliver plenty of action, I expect, during this grand finals.
Yeah, from the previous cars of yesterday, we have moved on to Supra this time there, Victor. And then it may be for the grand finale, maybe for race 3, might be in for much more bigger surprises. But there you go, this is the weapon of choice for our races today in the grand finals. 10 races that will be going head-to-head and see who will be winning the title for this year. I mean, Victor, throughout the years, you've always seen one-man show, and then another one breaks the streak. I'm just hoping this year it might be a little bit different, especially with the new format that we had. We brought in 3 different platforms for these races to race, and right now we are back in our home ground, the GT7, and it's a home ground for some of our races in the grand finale.
Indeed it is, especially with Taj Isrin Aiman, who has won this very championship 4 different times. He's certainly going to be looking to try to defend that yet again here in 2025 to make it the 5 streak here. But of course, when you got newcomers like Nakib Aslan, who has had a storied history on his own here. He's definitely going to be facing stiffer competition, I think, this year alone. I mean, even in the previous platforms that we ran in the season of 2025, Tajuddin Aiman still managed to keep himself very much consistent throughout all of that. But certainly the newer platforms have made it a much more challenging year, I feel, for so many of the competitors who have been so used to TGR traditionally being a Gran Turismo only tournament.
Absolutely. So those of you are asking, how does Interlagos looks like? I mean, from the heartbreaks of Cena all the way to the miracles of Lewis Hamilton, we're going to walk you through on what it's all about in Interlagos. Here we go.
Hi everyone, I'm Aiden Kalik, a karter turned TGR rookie, and today I'm taking you on a track walk around one of the most legendary circuits in motorsport, the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache, better known as Interlagos. Located in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Interlagos was first opened in 1940 and has become famous for hosting some of Formula One's most dramatic title deciders. At 4.3 kilometers long, with 15 corners, it's a technical, anti-clockwise track that mixes fast straights with slow, technical sections, and it's a real test of consistency. Come on, let's go corner by corner. The lap begins with the world-famous Senna S. Turns 1 and 2 form a downhill left-right chicane that requires heavy braking and quick steering changes. Nail your exit here and you carry good speed into Curva do Sol, the long turn 3 left-hander that slingshots you onto the Reta Oposta straight, one of the best overtaking zones on the circuit. At the end of the straight is turn 4, the Cidade do Lago, a downhill left-hander where late braking can open the door to overtake, but too much aggression can ruin your line. From here, the middle sector begins and it's all about rhythm. Turn 5, Ferradura, is a fast right-hander taken almost flat, which immediately leads into Turn 6, Laranjinha, a tighter right-hand bend that tests your balance and throttle control. Then, we head into the slow and technical infield. Turn 7 and 8, Pineirinho, are double apex left-handers where patience is key. Get greedy on throttle and you understeer wide. Next comes Bico de Pato, or Dog's Peak, turn 10, a sharp hairpin that is one of the slowest points on the track. Precision on exit matters here because it sets you up for turn 11, Meguyo, a downhill left that flows quickly into turn 12, Jungsao. Jungsao is crucial. Get a strong exit and you carry momentum all the way up the hill to Subida do Boxe, the long full throttle climb that curves through turn 13 to 15. This section, known as Akira Bancadas, is one of the most iconic in motorsport. Fans pack the grandstands here, and in real life, it's where slipstream battles and photo finishers have decided championships. Interlagos is more than just a racetrack. It's a place of drama, history, and unforgettable moments. With its mix of elevation, technical corners, and high-speed straights, it's a circuit that rewards bravery, precision, and strategy. Who will master the iconic track and emerge victorious?
Well, that's the walkthrough in the legendary Interlagos. I mean, lots of history over there, and that is where we'll be heading very, very shortly. Victor, I'm really excited for these top 10 racers that will be fighting in the grand final right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. I mean, it's a combination of all the efforts in 2025, isn't it? So many different rounds and so many different storylines to keep track of here, but still one thing remains the same here. The very best of Malaysia's Gran Turismo racers are here today in order to battle it out for a massive, massive prize pool, and we're all here to witness that. So with Interlagos being the battleground here, this is going to be a really interesting one here, primarily because this track is very conducive for overtaking. You got, not just the main straight itself here, going to turn 1. It's in the side of many of an overtaking battle here in F1, but even the lead up into that main straight here, because of the, like I said, the super speedway kind of design. You're going to see these cars up on the banking there, slipstreaming off each other. It's a perfect kind of place here to do those kind of battles.
Absolutely. So hence why we can expect lots of actions in this track, but it's all down to these races there, Victor. I think some of them need to carry the momentum that they were carrying yesterday, because the one thing about racing is that sometimes some races, maybe the first day they perform really well, but on the second day maybe those nerves start to kick in and stuff, and it kind of like affects their racing skills.
Yeah, again, like, especially if you had been fighting ever since yesterday itself, coming in today, that you already, not only you already know what the venue is going to be like, but then you already know that the competition you're going to be facing at this stage is going to be way fiercer. I mean, now any single kind of mistakes here is going to be heavily punished. You know, in every single race, especially this very first one, you really have to be on the ball already. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself faltering behind very, very quickly. And knowing that we have the drivers who have not only been here before, but have also you know, fought so hard and even just missed out at the very end here. They know like exactly the kind of pressure that's going to be expected here, and especially for the newcomers, like even for Nakib, like this kind of environment is not something that he's not familiar with either. So he's just going to be bringing in a lot of that experience from other races, other tournaments into this one here. But he knows that in this very tournament, he's not the defending champion. You know, he's not the one who's expected to win it all. He's also going to have to fight just as hard as everyone else here in this grand finals.
Absolutely, but one thing is the pressure will definitely be on Taj Aiman because he's defending the title. But on the other side, the Victor, besides Taj Aiman, besides the Brothers of Destruction and stuff, who is that one driver that really, you know, gets your attention in this race?
To me, like the best driver in this Toyota Gazoo Racing to have not gotten a title for sure is Chong Kai Chang. He's the second runner-up back in 2023. He got first runner-up. He missed out on the title in 2024. And this year, I'm looking at him. He's feeling supremely confident here. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does put up a really good challenge here to both Taj Aiman as well as Nakib Aslan.
Yeah, so that is going to be the storyline of the day. Chong Kai Chang versus the legends that has already made history in this competition. So we got another few more moments before we go into the qualifyings there, Victor. After the qualifyings, we'll be going into the actual race. So for the qualifyings, we'll be determining who will be starting in the front grid. But Victor, I think we got 10 amazing drivers. You know, most of them are really good at what they're doing. And when it comes to their track timings, let's see who's the fastest.
Yeah, and we are going to be rolling straight into it here out in the Autodromo de Interlagos. Here we are on board with Iqbal Suji, our champion back in 2022. He actually finished in 5th in last year's competition. So even though that he has not had a title since 2022, he still remains a strong competitor here and certainly has loads of experience on in him when it comes to Gran Turismo alone. But also here he comes, Taj Aiman, definitely the man to watch out for in this competition. I mean, he's done it 4 times before. He just needs to do it one more time. And in terms of like the history of this championship here, this very first race pretty much will set the tone for the championship challenge to come ahead. Then we're now on board with Chong Kai Chang, again a two-time runner-up in the last 2 years. Now could this 2025 be his year alone? We will have to see from this very first race itself.
Yeah, he's been the rising force there, Victor. The one that he could be challenging the old guts in this race. So all the best to him. Let's see if he's able to, you know, land into the Holy Grail. But Victor, I mean, he looks really determined. You can look at him on the cameras there, man. We have been seeing this for the past 2 to 3 years. It's just maybe the luck is just not there for him. But hopefully they say, you know, 3rd time is a charm. You never know. Yeah, it might hit you and you just can never look back after that. So we're on board with Chong Kai Chang. Yesterday we saw superb performance by this racer, and let's see if he's able to replicate the same as what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, diving straight into the center S's. One tricky thing is that this goes slightly downhill, but it does help you in your acceleration. You still need to get a good line out of the exit here because the next bit is going to be a relatively long straight. This is also where the pit exit is, so that's why it's very important to be able to get a really good handle on how to come out onto this corner. Now he's going to be braking hard here into the first of the infield section here. This is 2 back-to-back corners where you have to go on the inside, then the outside, and then quickly back onto the inside as well. Then it goes slightly uphill, creating a bit of a blind right-hand bender here. You only need to tap the brake a little bit, as Chong Kai Chang does here, and then you have to steady yourself for the next bit of braking, which is coming up right here after that apex, and a very, very tricky corner here. We're seeing many times, even in F1, many battles being determined by how you navigate your way through this corner. Now we're going up to the duckbill here. This is a slightly tighter corner than the one before, so the approach has to be a little bit different compared to the last corner, braking a little bit harder, but also trying to get a nice smooth transition out to the exit because you're going for a nice left-hand curve, and then up to this very important corner. This one corner you cannot afford to mess up because you will lose the momentum coming out to the main straight. Now we're going to be bending getting through here, the slightly banked corner here, showing off the super speedway type design that was first envisioned for Interlagos all the way back when it was first built. But this now serves as the perfect place here to do some slipstreaming in order to try to get yourself a good run up, in order to try to make that pass happen back at the center S's.
There you go, from Aiden Khalid all the way to Victor Cass on the walkthroughs on Interlagos, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this track iconically built in 1940, named after the Brazilian F1 driver Jose Carlos Pace. And right now, I mean, it is all known for his anti-clockwise layout. And I think Victor has already walked through on what we can expect on each corners over here. Remember, you make a mistake here, it's going to be punishing you really hard.
Yeah, and Taj Aiman, I think, knows more than anyone here that getting the race win in the first race itself, especially in the championship like this, is pretty much like half the work done, you know, in terms of defending the title. So he knows how important it is to get that fastest lap, which at the moment is being held by Iqbal Suji. Taj Aiman is going to be coming to the line now to set his actual qualifying time. What will it be this time around? Into the line he goes. Only the third fastest so far. Couldn't quite see exactly what time. It's a 138.552, so only 0.2 of a second slower than Iqbal Suji, and also behind one of the newcomers into the grand finals here, Nabil Aslan.
Yeah, I would say the engine is not really hot for Tajizrin Aiman yet there, Victor. Maybe in one more lap we might see the actual performance of him, and maybe might be beating Iqbal Suji's timing. But Iqbal Suji, the 2022 champion right now, is the fastest man on Interlagos so far. And unless we see someone else beating his time so far, and everyone is coming nearly close to that, but no one is touching that time yet.
No, Iqbal Suji in fact actually improved on his time, making it a 138, almost flat, only a 1/10 of a second over that 138, so he's raised the bar even further. Now Chong Kai Chang has actually also improved on his time, overtakes Taj Aiman, but will be starting on that second row alongside him. Very interesting to see that Nabil Aslan gets a really good qualifying time this time around. I mean, if you remember from yesterday's semifinals race 1, that's where he kind of actually messed up, but then did manage to recover gradually through the racing itself. Now this time around, I think he's kind of been a lot more cognizant about his own qualifying performance, and actually has delivered a great breakthrough qualifying here for the start of our finals.
Absolutely. So ladies and gentlemen, we are done with our qualifying. We'll be going into our grand finals very, very shortly. So make sure those who are watching on the social media platforms, make sure you're voting for your favorite driver over here. I can see a lot of Tajizrin Aiman over here there, Victor. Look at that. And also a few others as well. Well, keep it going, guys. And I can really tell you that, Victor, it is going to be one of the best race of history, I would say. Today, history will be written, and I'm not sure who's holding the pen.
Yeah, it could be any one of our 10 drivers right now. Their stories are quite literally in their hands right now. They're getting themselves lined up for the grid start here. It's going to be a standing start, as is tradition here in Interlagos, and as is tradition for race 1 of our championships here. Yeah, I'm just going to be I'm so hyped right now to try to see how this is going to turn out.
Because the amount of talent we saw in each group was just immense, I would say. So right now we can see the top 5 drivers from each group competing in the grand finals. Well, this is where everything goes down. It's going to be that one shot for the fight of the title, and let's see who brings it home.
So as we have the drivers now lining up on the grid here, I mean, I hope you can see their faces. I think most of the audience on the ground here have a very good view of these drivers' own individual perspectives, but not so much of their actual face. For them, they want to be at the very least like fully focused right now on the task at hand here. I mean, this is going to be a straightforward 15-minute sprint, so they know that the very start of this one is the one where a lot of the actions really do count, and it's the only time really they can try to make up positions. Knowing that Taj Aiman is starting in the second row, though, that creates an interesting little divide here, and knowing that Iqbal Suji is the one leading in the front row, this is going to be his best chance to regain the title. Here we go, the grand finals race number 1 is underway. Iqbal Suji and Nabil Aslan pulling very nicely. Taj Aiman facing a big challenge here for Chong Kai Chang, who has a good and brilliant start. Will start challenging him going into the first turn. Iqbal Suji leads the cars going down here, but look out, Chong Kai Chang is not only putting the moves onto Taj Aiman, he's also starting to put some moves here into Nabil Aslan. Not quite able to get past him quite yet. Nabil is still up into P2. Chong Kai Chang still tucked in P3, but still crucially ahead of Taj Aiman.
Well, he's the quiet operator, I would say, man. Iqbal Suji right now leading leading this race in a way that no one expects right now. And let's see where this is going to go on. But right now, see Nakib right now still being on a pressure. He's still in P5 right now, being challenged by the rest of the others. But at the moment, we still see Nabil in P2 as well. Chong Kai Chang in P3, P4 for Taj Aiman. And we are only coming into turn number 6 there, Victor.
Yeah, now we're coming into a very important infield section now to Fedura as well as Laranjiha. This is very crucial here to get the braking just right. Nakib is now trying to get an inside run onto Taj Aiman, but Taj will have the inside on the next turn. So Nakib will have to do it again on the next turn here once they get to the duck beat or the Pico di Pato. Aslan though loses out a bit at that time. Now Danish is the one that's hooking in on the inside, actually gets ahead of him in track position and takes away 5th position here from Nakib Aslan.
Well, here comes the bullet man. He has been known for this kind of thing. He's made for grand finals like this, at the same time creating chaos as well in some of the other series. But right now he is much more mature in his racing skills, and he has been being one of the best top contenders for the title. But let's see if he's able to bring the magic out of him for this year, or it is going to be someone else that will be bringing that home. But at this moment, we can still see Iqbal Suji leading this race. We're on board with Nakib right now, who might be trying to attack on Danish Vigneswaran in the first turn. And this is going to be really crucial. This is the most technical corner and one of the best spots for you to make an overtaking. But then Danish yet again blocks that entire view and not leaving any space for Nakib Aslan to get past through Danish Vigneswaran.
Nakib was looking for going for a more inside move. It's quite interesting to see that Taj Aiman chose to take a wider entry into the Senna S compared to everyone else here, but he's definitely prioritizing getting the good exit coming out here because he knows the straight is a very important place in order to gain some of those spots. But at the moment, for the top 6, it looks like it's already settling down into a decent pace here. The drivers now are more thinking about trying to keep that consistency in their lap times here so they can stay as close to the competition as possible.
Yes, talking about being close right now. Taj Aiman right now just lurking around in that P4. He's just right behind Chong Kai Chang. And yesterday we didn't get to see such battle between these two, but today we are pretty much privileged to watch Chong Kai Chang versus Taj Aiman again. The last we saw this was last year there, Victor. And today we are back again for some actions between these two. But we're still very early in this race. 15 minutes of sprint race, I would say, and we are only down to 3 minutes right now. So it's still a long way to go in Brazil, virtually.
Yeah. Well, Chong Kai Chang is already making a good use of his time right now, not just keeping ahead of Taj Aiman, but also trying to keep chase to Iqbal as well as Nabil Aslan, who is just a little bit ahead. Not close enough, though, for Chong Kai Chang to get a slipstream. Instead, it's going to be Taj Aiman, who will have an opportunity for that slipstream here against Chong Kai Chang. So we'll see how he's going to try to approach this. He took a wider line in the previous lap. Let's see if he's going to try to make the dive. Oh, he's just thinking about it. He's thinking about it, peeking on the inside there, but Chong Kai Chang is still very late on the brakes. So Taj Aiman will still have to tuck in here. No doubt will try again to get the slipstream in the next straight here coming out of the Senna S's.
Oh, he's really patient right now there, Victor. 4 titles in his hands and endless pressure for Taj Aiman, you know. He's known what it means to actually win this, but then he's also patient with his movements right now. Chong Kai Chang on the other side is just doing his very best to close the doors for Taj Aiman. But then, you know, at some point we might see some overtakings over here, but then at this moment Chong Kai Chang is literally defending his position and not leaving Taj Aiman an inch to actually go into where he is right now.
Yeah, the thing that these drivers have going for them is that the ballots for tire and fuel is not particularly high, especially compared to the semi-finals. So they do have a little bit more leeway to spend that performance to try to gain an upper hand and actually to give us a little bit more close racing. So in specifically, the tires are only 8 times the simulation rate, whereas fuel is only 6 times the simulation rate. So at this kind of level, I think on the medium tires is certainly a good choice for this 15-minute sprint, but it also means that there will still be plenty of headroom for them to actually push even further should they want to.
Yeah, and we are on board with Danish Vigneswaran, the bird of this entire racing series. And right now he is behind his former man over here. There's going to be Taj Aiman. Well, let's see if there's going to be a movement coming through. And right now we are coming and approaching into turn 14. And we are getting much more closer towards turn 1. This could be a good opportunity for Danish Vigneswaran. He might be making a move, but then there's a little bit of a contact over here from Danish Vigneswaran. But then he's kind of forced to go a little bit wide over here. And it seems like nothing much has impacted in his race so far. Taj Aiman well under control no matter what's coming right behind him. And right now, Victor, we are coming into the turn 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of weaving actually coming out from Taj Aiman. I wonder, hopefully, the thing is that it was getting very close to that breaking point as well. So Danish really couldn't find a way through that time around. And that's actually pushing him closer and closer to Nakib. So Nakib may have an opportunity right now to join into this battle as well, as Taj Aiman is more focused on trying to keep Danish pretty much behind him at this point.
Yeah, good defending by Danish Vigneswaran so far. But right now, he has another thing to actually watch out for. It's going to be Nakib Aslan that is coming and lurking right behind there. He's putting the pressure on and just trying to push every bits of corners right here. Danish Vigneswaran holding on to his position, and we know Nakib is really well known in this track as well, and also he knows what he's doing at this moment there, Victor. He's just applying the pressure just to test the waters on Danish Vigneswaran. But not only Danish Vigneswaran needs to handle Nakib Aslan at the back, he is also stuck with Tajis Renaiman in the front as well, Victor, and they're really, really close to each other.
Yeah, extremely close to the point that they're basically having a slipstream effect later on when they get onto the main straight amongst each other. So that's going to help them here. I mean, this is classic touring car racing where cars are practically bumper to bumper, but they're going at over 160, even up to 200 kilometers per hour. So really, that's why it's very borderline for you to be weaving, especially at the end of the straight, which is one of the fastest points inside of Interlagos itself. Now they're getting into the turns yet again. Danish Vigneswaran this time not able to make any moves here. Taj Isrin Aiman is able to still maintain his own racing line here as they continue to roll on. We still have another 7 minutes of running here. We're already at the halfway point. Tires are still looking pretty good across the board. No one's in under 50% of wear on these medium tires as of yet.
Yeah, really good tire management by all of these races today. You know, no one is actually really pushing the entire thing out. But right now, we're on board with Danish Vigneswaran. If you just tune in our social media, this is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia eRacing Esports GT Championship 2025, and we're underway for the grand finals of Race 1. Remember, we got Race 2 and Race 3 coming up, but this is the beginning of many great things to come. And talking about many great things to come, Chongkai Chang right now putting the pressure on Nabil Aslan, just trying his very best to take away that second position out of Nabil right now. But Nabil looking really steady so far, Victor. He's not really bothered with the pressure coming from Chongkai Chang.
Coming into the Pato here, I think the gap doesn't quite have closed up here again for Chongkai Chan. It's actually widened up a little bit now, putting him closer to the clutches of Taj Isrin Aiman here, who definitely will be grateful to have the toe now coming into Akui Bankatas. So let's see whether he'll be able to leverage off of this here to get closer onto the podium and to try to challenge either Chongkai Chang, maybe even Nabil Aslan here for some additional points in race 1.
Yep, and right now Chongkai Chang still holding on to that podium position. And Taj Aiman might be giving a warning. We're coming into turn 1 over here. This is really crucial for Chongkai Chang to hold on and also shut down the every possible corners over here, because Taj Aiman is just trying to peek here and there to find an opportunity. But then Chongkai Chang over here, there, Victor, he's been excelling really, really well from the start of the race.
Yeah, I mean, he still looks very cool and very focused right now on his attempt here. He's going to try to weave a little bit to hopefully break the toe, but Taj Aiman is absolutely locked in right now. A left-hand turn is coming up, and that is going to be Desita do Lago. It still looks like it's very tight between these three drivers. Again, I think because Taj Aiman is now only gotten up to the rear end of Chongkai Chang, he's actually trying to judge it a little bit here, trying to see where his braking points are. Doesn't really, I think they don't really want to try to make those drastic movements until the very end of the race, where it's more likely the tires will be more worn out at that point. Grip levels will not definitely be the same compared to the early part here. So they're really just challenging each other to see who is a little bit better at that tire management race here.
Absolutely, and right now we're approaching into turn 11 and 12. And at the moment, Chongkai Chang is the man that we are focusing on. He's just keeping his tabs on here, and Taj Aiman is literally pushing as much as he could. He's just waiting for an opportunity, or maybe trying to find an opportunity over here. But then every opportunity is kind of like closed over here by Chongkai Chang for Taj Aiman there, Victor. But my question is, for how long can this be held on by Chongkai Chang?
Yeah, this got past boxes now, and I think Taj Aiman was looking a lot closer just before that point. But then by the time they come out onto the banking here, unfortunately, unfortunately, it seems like he has fallen back quite a long way here. So doesn't quite get the toe that he was hoping for. If it was just that little bit closer, it might have been better for him to try to catch Chong Kai-Chang. But at the moment, it seems like by the time he gets to the end of the lap here, he's not able to get sufficiently close enough to challenge Chong Kai-Chang going into the first turn.
Yeah, coming out of the Sina S right now, it seems like Chong Kai-Chang is still the man that is holding on to his positions right now. And he got two more other competitors up in the front. Iqbal Suji still leads this race in P1, and we got another 15 minutes left in our race, one of the grand finals. And Iqbal Suji, the man that has won this competition before in 2022, is leading this race in style. Followed by Nabil right now in P2, Chong Kai-Chang in P3, Taj Aiman yet to make a move, but he's still opening his tabs later on there, Victor.
Yeah, Chong Kai-Chang though is a lot closer to Nabil Aslan in the midsection, but it's not really that opportunity to pass unless he decides to be pretty brave, but that could be really risky, especially with still another 5 minutes of running to go here. But he is that close nevertheless. Iqbal Suji, conversely, has not really been able to pull away much from the rest of this pack. It's very close racing amongst the top 6 at the moment, so it doesn't look like that situation is going to change anytime soon.
I'm expecting a late movements there, Victor. Late dramas that happen. So I mean, Interlagos lives late dramas, you know. And one thing I could recall is that Argentina's 1991 emotional first ever win for the Brazilian Grand Prix happened over here. And you know, he had a gearbox issue that time, but he's still able to manage to win it. So maybe we could expect something like that out of this. Of course, no gearbox issue over here, but yeah,
you never know.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna try to give the commentary curse right now, huh? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're approaching into turn number 1. Expect miracles on this track, but so far Iqbal Suji leading this race in P1, P2 for Nabil, Chong Kai-Chang in P3, and it's right now Tajiz Runaima, the 4-time champion, is yet to be in the podium position, but we are coming closer and closer towards the end. Maybe we can expect something to happen at the final lap.
It's crazy that these guys are so evenly matched right now that you can't really see that differential in terms of speed. They're just quite literally ghosts of each other right now. All 6 of these drivers who are in this first pack of cars. I mean, look at the gap. I mean, you can see from the minimap itself the gap between Nakib Aslan and Chong Jin Bin. That just goes to show how much these top 6 drivers right now are pushing each other to the limit here, hoping that one of these guys will wear out the tires faster than the others here. But given that they are such experts at this game right now, the wear seems to be quite even in between them, at least for the ones that we've been able to see so far. I did see that Danish was faltering a little bit there, almost giving Nakib a slight opportunity there to have a peek on the inside, but seems that he's gotten that back under control here. Still continuing to have to take a defensive line as they get to towards Bato here, but still it is the Danish biggest warrant continuing to stay ahead of Nakib Aslan.
Yeah, this is one of the most consistent races I've ever seen there, Victor. No one made a mistake, you know, and we are almost coming into 15, we're almost at the end of the race, and not even one mistake we have seen from any of these drivers until now. And of course, talking about until now, maybe we might be expecting some late dramas, but over here it is still Chong Kai-Chang in the podium position. Nothing really much changed in the leaderboards right now. Iqbal Suji still leading this race, and the focus is going to be on Chong Kai-Chang because Taj Aiman is just lurking right behind there. On the other side, he got someone to deal with in the name of Danish Vignesh Warren, and the rest of the back continues as we're coming into the exit of the Sina S.
Yeah, watch out for that front left tire here, given that this track is anti-clockwise. The outer set of tires is going to wear down a lot faster compared to the inside, and for Chong Kai-Chang in particular, his front right tire has already gotten down to less than a quarter now of tire life here. Should still by rights be enough to get it towards the end. Chong Kai-Chang is now having a move now against Nabil Aslan. Somehow managed to find a way to hook in onto the inside here, coming out of Lawan Jiha. So Chong Kai-Chang now attempts to keep the door closed. He does actually get in front of Nabil Aslan before they had to break into the uphill section here. Can he keep it though as we come through into turn 8? Chong Kai-Chang is facing a bit of a challenge now for Nabil Aslan, who's desperate to try to get his position back, but to no avail as they come out towards the Duck's Beak. Nabil Aslan is still behind Chong Kai-Chang.
Coming into turn 10 over here, it seems
Taj Aiman.
Taj Aiman right now might be putting on something special over here, side by side. He might be getting that P3 right now, but then still not enough for him there, Victor. Still changing left and right. It's going to be a really close combat between Nabil and also Tajiz Runaima. And how about this turn over here from the outside over here? Taj Aiman goes a little bit too wide, and Nabil closes the door there, Victor, and Taj falls all the way till P6.
Yeah, he attempted to make that move. He smelled the blood in the water, but it was not quite enough here. Iqbal Suji still leads on Chong Kai Chang as they get towards the line here, but Chong, he seems to have gotten shifted into higher gear now. He's now attempting to make a move around the outside here. They actually got the checkered flag here. That was the final lap, but Chong Kai Chang fails to actually overtake Iqbal Suji. Iqbal, our returning champion for 2022, takes the win in our first race.
What a race it has been. I mean, Interlagos and late dramas. That is what this track is all about. I mean, we almost forgot it's a checkered flag, isn't it? Yeah,
I was watching the timer there. It's looking
Exactly.
close there, but then again, like, we missed out that final lap flag there. But for sure, wow, that was a dramatic end indeed there. I mean, I think that all got kicked off there as soon as Chong Kai Chang found a way to hook onto the inside of Nabil Aslan, and boy, after that, things started to fall in place there. I mean, it was already the final lap here. The tires were still actually good, like they weren't actually hurting too much in terms of grip. Maybe a slightly lower overall, but then they still were so consistent in following each other there that it really didn't have much differential. So it really came down to that final lap indeed, and wow, Chong Kai Chang really did the best there in order to get second place. But not to forget though, Iqbal Suji, amazing performance here from him. I mean, it goes to show how important the qualifying session is, right? Absolutely. The fact that he managed to get not only the fastest time, managed to keep that lead all throughout, only faced a slight challenge from Chong Kai Chang virtually towards the end, but the checkered flag, almost like the bell, just rang out just in the nick of time for him.
No, it's just very close by. I mean, I can really see the fire on Chong Kai Chang in this race there, Victor. You know, he's really carrying the momentum that we saw from yesterday, and I think he's really here to prove something to the entire TGR eRacing series. But that is one thing I can really tell you, that is what we can expect in our grand finals race. But Victor, let's have a look on our provisional results of the race one. Here we go.
Yeah, so Iqbal Suji takes the win here in race one, a very crucial race here. And that was quite determined from his own pole position time. So best lap points doesn't quite go to him in that instance though, but Chong Kai Chang managed to make a move in the final lap here to take second place ahead of Nabil Aslan, who had been holding that place all throughout. Danish Rikaswaran actually overtook Nakib Aslan in order to take fourth place here towards the end. Nakib and Taj Ayman got into a little bit of a tangle, but still Nakib ends up finishing ahead of our returning champion, our defending champion here, so that could be a sign of things to come. Taj Ayman, of course, in 6th, Chong Jingbing in 7th, Puchats Rira makes it up into 9th place, and Wayne Go rounds up the top 10.
One question to ask you, David. What actually went wrong for Taj Ayman? We saw him almost getting into P3, and then immediately we dropped. But then I think we'll be continuing that question later on, because right now our main man is already ready on the main stage. He's going to be talking to some of our amazing drivers. Well, Mr. Faisal, off to you, my man.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Victor. My, what a way to start off our finals. Okay, so with me today we've got Iqbal Suji. Iqbal Suji, apa khabar? How are you doing today?
Not too bad. Battling with an illness yesterday, but today is going a bit better, and looks like the result shows itself. Managed to come home with a win from race one.
Fantastic. Okay, so we all want to find out, how did it feel? I mean, you started off pole position, you went through the whole race being number one. Explain to us how that journey was and the pressure that you felt, because all 6 of them were right behind you.
So coming to the first race, I was actually quite puzzled myself, because the pace I exhibited here is not the same as home. So it leaves a lot of room as to how much I can go more. And secondly, with the nature of this track and this race, it's very difficult to run away, because as you can see, they keep coming closer and closer every race, every lap. So it's all about just, making sure I'm mentally aware of how much they are pulling in, and just making sure I keep nailing those corners.
Fantastic. All right, so for those of you watching at home on Facebook and also YouTube, don't forget to comment down below who you think will be our number one winner champion. Okay, but before that, we have to ask Iqbal. So you were at number one. You were focused. You were going through every single corner almost to perfection. And for those of you that didn't know, he was the champion that broke Taj Ayman's streak in 2022. Now, do you think that gives you an extra pressure that you have to overperform today?
Not necessarily. Personally, for myself, I already feel quite content with my achievement back in 2022. So the reason I came here today for the 2025 tournament is just to show that I'm still there. I would say the pressure is not similar as before. It's quite up there, but I'm feeling a bit more composed coming into today.
Fantastic. Okay, final question. So we knew that you were the champion in 2022. It's been 3 years since then. What were the training or prep that you've gone through? Because everything is about small margins now, right? Because you're already champion. You just needed to get through that finish line to qualify for our Asia regionals. What was your prep like, and what did you do to build yourself coming up into the finals today?
So, that was 3 years ago, and of course, everyone will want to become better than what they used to be. So, particularly for my friends Taj and also Danish, we've known each other very closely, and we also follow each other's progress. I've seen, for example, Danish, he keeps doing multiple world records. So, in order for me to, to compete and going against them, I have to be at that level as well. So I have to keep referring to other people outside of Malaysia so that I'm also able to perform at a pace where it is considered world level.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Iqbal Suji. What an inspiration that was for our very first race. Let's head on over to our second interview. We're going to be talking to Nabil Azlan at sim number 5. What's up, Nabil? What's up, Nabil? Mr. Babyface. Apa khabar, Nabil? Fantastic. All right, so Nabil, that was some last minute things you did right there. Okay, so before we start with any questions, I think a lot of people at home and also right here at Sunway University would like to hear your journey. So we want you to explain what happened from lap number 1 all the way to lap number 9.
Yeah, so from lap 1 to lap 8, it was essentially a smooth race. Everyone's just in one line. And I knew on the last lap, everything will go into shambles. Essentially, I created that shambles. So, in the last lap, my tires were already giving out. I think Kai Chang managed his tires a bit more better than me. He did a great move on me. Then I just tried to maintain my composure. Then Taj came very quickly. He gave a bit of a nudge to my behind, but luckily I managed to defend it that well, so to secure P3.
Fantastic. Okay, now is the question to ask. How did you feel? Because I'm watching the thing. I think everyone at home was watching and everyone saw, like, all 6 of you, one line, 8 laps, Everyone's like, focus, focus, focus. Okay, so what made you decide, all right, last lap, this is when I'm going to go all out? What made you decide to stir up some stuff?
It wasn't intentional. On the last lap, it was just that my tire was slowly giving out, so Kai-chan was just slowly reeling me in every lap. Just that I made a mistake at turn 1, and that kind of compromised my line, and that's how he got a good run on me after the main straight. But yeah, all in all, I think it was a good race for me, good pace, just focusing on for race 2 now.
Fantastic. Okay, so last question before we head on to the commentators for a recap and the race highlights. We have to ask, what was your preparation coming into the grand finals today? Because we saw you yesterday. I believe personally you're way more prepared today. I felt that you've raced much better today. Do you believe that? And what was your preparation coming into today?
Actually, for today, I only started last night, and I had some other matters going on the week. But yeah, I was very grateful that me and Akib was actually preparing together, so we were learning each other. I think that what benefited most out of this. But yeah, it's still too early to say, but it's got 2 more races to go. So.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Nakib. Appreciate it. Well, all I can say is it's fun to have a brother in the same championship, isn't it? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head on over to our commentators as we recap race 3 highlights.
This is going to be the main thing over here. It is the highlights of race 1 in the grand finals. Take us through there, Victor. What actually happened on the late dramas and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, Chong Kai Chao was already putting some good moves. I mean, he got a much better start compared to Taj Aiman, and that pretty much allowed him to actually poke into Nabil Aslan early on. But unfortunately, that didn't quite make that move in the first turn. This is where we got a little bit of drama between Danish as well as Nakib. It looked like there was a bit of collision as well, almost forcing Nakib into over the curbs there, but he still managed to keep it under control. So this is where Danish attempted again, but there's a lot of weaving coming out there from Taj Ayman right just before that breaking point though. So it was quite borderline, at least for the stewards here. But Taj Ayman in the end was still able to defend against that. Then he had a little bit of a run up against Nabil Aslan as well. This was after Chong Kai Chang managed to pass him actually. And this is like, as Nabil said, this is where his tires already was starting to go a little bit off, which I think was pretty much a case for most of everyone. But Taj Ayman touched the grass a little bit, and unfortunately that caused him to drop all the way back down to 6. So Iqbal Suji came into the checkered flag first, getting that win, an all-crucial win here, and that was off of the back of an amazing qualifying performance that he did earlier on.
I think that's what you emphasized earlier on there, Victor, how important the qualifying session is, you know, and we saw a great example in Iqbal Suji today. So that shows that you really have to actually put on the performance in the qualifying and not to take it lightly. But I think we're going to be going into our race 2 really shortly. Race 1 was very clean there, Victor. Not much of a big incidents that we saw. But right now, we will be going into race 2 of the grand finals.
So yeah, Wayne Go and Puchars Vira will be the ones starting in the front row this time around. Let's see how it goes as the red lights go up. We are on now for grand finals race number 2. So it looks like the start is getting good as well for Chong Jin Bin. Watch out as well for Lau Wei Kit on the inside here as Puchars Vira attempts to try to make a move onto Wayne. Didn't quite make it through. Lau Wei Kit tries to go around the outside, but still gets the door shut in his face through the middle of the Senna S's. Wayne Gold now leads the cars going up into the second straight here out on Interlagos as the cars are still very close. He's going to try to use a bit of the slipstream, a little bit of that momentum coming out. Chong Jin Bin tucks in behind Lau Wei Kit here, attempting to have a peek on the inside, maybe into the next third, but not quite. Taj Ayman actually gets alongside him here, challenges him now for that 4th position, while Nakib Aslan is also attempting to follow behind Taj Ayman at the same time. Jin Bin's going to be left a little bit outside on the lurch here, and I don't know if he's going to be able to defend coming into this uphill turn. Indeed, I don't think he will. Nakib Aslan will still be stuck behind Jin Bin though, but Taj Ayman's already cleared him and moves up to 4th place.
Well, this might be a comeback for Taj Ayman. The Victor immediately got into P4 right now, but then it is all going to be on Wayne Go's spotlight, I would say there, Victor, because he has started this race really well. Will the Batman this time be able to win this race? That's going to be the question we'll be finding out at the end of this race. But at the moment, it seems like Lau Wei Kit as well got into P4. Right now, will be challenging into Tajisrin Ayman. And Ayman right now, we have seen yesterday's performance by Sony Kazu, but today, can he really replicate the performance today again? That is going to be another question to answer. But right now, Tajisrin Ayman keeping himself in P3 there, Victor. He climbed up really fast, even before we coming into the next lap.
Yeah, this is going to be a good run up here for Tajisrin Ayman, especially given that Iqbal Suji is still all the way far back behind 8th place Chong Kai Chang right now. So this is a very good chance for Ayman to start making his way up the ranks. He's actually alongside Puchras Vira. He's going to have a look onto the inside here. This is going to be brilliant here for Taj Ayman if he can pull this off.
Wow.
But he's already ahead going into the Senna S's. Watch out as well for Nakib Aslan, a slide there actually there at Chong Jin Bin, forcing him to drop all the way down to 8th place. Nakib Aslan moves up a place, so does Danish, and so does Chong Kai Chang.
How fast can you be? You can ask that in Taj Ayman. The Victor is right now putting the challenge on the Batman right now. He might be making a move, he might be making an attack right now. And on we go into turn number 3. But Wayne Gore just trying his very best to shut down the doors over here. Tajisrin Ayman elbowed out over there, but then Ayman still back on the track, still hopping for the entire challenge right now. He's still not even left right behind the Victor. And maybe on this next turn over here, Ayman got into P1, and that's how he leaves Batman behind. He takes over Gotham City.
He was literally looking for that comeback there, especially after Wayne elbowed him going into, I think that was Desida del Blanco. So now he's going to be able to enjoy the front row seat here of this race. In the meantime, Nabil Aslan in a battle with Iqbal Suji, who's conversely not really made up many places so far, and now is actually in danger of losing out that 8th position here to Nabil Aslan, who has a better run out of the corner and stays ahead of Iqbal Suji coming into the next turn.
Yeah, Iqbal Suji right now, I think maybe this race that we might not be seeing the first Iqbal Suji we saw in the race 1. But right now, Chong Kai Chang slowly trying his very best to actually climb up the ladders again. But the one that really caught up really fast is going to be Taj Ayman there, Victor. I mean, what can you say there, Victor? You know, he immediately found the spot and he just got into P1. It's really hard to take the position away when he's in the first position. But right now, let's see what can happen on the mid of this entire race.
Yeah, a bit of a scrap going on right now between Nakib and Lau Wei Kit. Lau has inside though, but he will not have the inside in the next part of the Senna S's here. Nakib will have that in spades, and he will use that opportunity to get ahead of Lau Wei Kit. Danish Rigas Warren is also waiting in the wings right now, turning this into maybe a three-way battle as they get onto the straight of Reto Osposta. Now Lava Kid has a bit of a draft here. He's going to try to get around the outside. Nakib takes his defensive line here, but he's also lending a bit of a toe here to Danish Warren. A little bit later on the brakes, there is Lava Kid as he attempts to stay alongside and still remains alongside Nakib Aslan into the infield section. Now the next turn will favor Lava Kid a little bit more, but Nakib is still able to get himself ahead and blocks him off.
Yeah, there's going to be a fox in the box, and that's going to be Danish Warren in P6, just waiting for a drama to happen between Lava Kid and also Nakib Aslan. But Nakib really well in the front there, Victor. Just doing his very best, trying to be as calm and composed, not to let anything come into his mind. He's just holding on to that position, and he doesn't really care what's happening at the back there, Victor. But right now, Danish Warren is up for the challenge to see what could happen in the next coming turns. But talking about the next coming turns, Taj Aiman still leading this race in P1 and P2 for Wayne Go, P3 for Putra Zwira, Victor.
Yeah, and the thing is that he's starting to pull away from the rest of the pack as well, which is like not what Nakib nor Danish wants to see here, because the leader is actually getting a much better run out here, whereas the two of them are still stuck behind some traffic. Danish Warren now has Nabil Aslan on his rear view mirror and Nakib Aslan in front, so an Aslan sandwich here for Danish, and he's gonna have to figure out a way to get out of this little quandary.
Well, the Brothers of Destruction, they're on it again, isn't it? And this time, Danish Warren is the man in the middle, and let's see what it turns out to be. He's currently in P5. We're coming into the Sina S right now, and we're seeing how things have been going.
Yeah, Nakib is already gaining onto Putra Zwira. I see him nipping in the back there. So let's see that little battle unfold here, as I think he may have a good run out of the corner here. Oh, they're going to be both going into the pits early on here. It looks like, or rather not quite. Actually, sorry, that was a pit exit that I was looking at just now. He was trying to get the toe off of Putra Zwira. Couldn't quite find the speed he needs to, but he doesn't get a hook onto the inside. This could be brilliant now. As he gets alongside, he's going to be able to get it on the exit there. Up into P3, here goes Nakib Aslan.
Yeah, the Aslan brothers right now. One of it is already in the podium position. Putra Zwira dropped into P4, and right now he has another problem to manage. That's going to be Danish Warren coming up at the behind there, and he's just holding in everything like a train at the back there, Victor. Nakib doing his very best to slow the drivers at the back there, but then it seems like the two sandwich that you like to see is going to be Putra Zwira and also Danish Warren caught up in the middle, unless he's able to escape the Brothers of Destruction.
If it's an Aslan sandwich, I wonder who is the tomato and who's the ham right now.
Yeah, you're watching it. You're watching it.
Oh boy, Nabil Aslan actually gets a good run up here. He's going to try to battle Danish in the background. Putra Zwira in the background there. Actually gets ahead of Putra Zwira to move up into 5th place. While in the meantime, Nakib Aslan is already pulling away from Danish here, and he's going to try to close up the gap between himself and Wayne Go.
Yeah, Wayne Go dropped a little bit. He's just dropped into one position there, Victor, but still keeping a really consistent run so far. We're on board with Putra Zwira. We're coming into the Sina Asses right now, and what is going on at the back? That's going to be Chong Kai Chung in P7. Iqbal Suji hasn't really gone up there, Victor. Still in P8. Not much of a huge improvement that we can see from what we saw from the first race. Right now, it's like a shadow of his entire performance, I would say. And Chong Kai Chung might be making a move over here. It's just Putra Zwira is pretty much a little bit warned over here. We're coming into turn 3, and Chong Kai Chung just goes at the back again, and he's just might be making for the surprise move, and maybe this is the moment for Chong Kai Chung, but no. Immediately, Putra Zwira saw the danger and closes the door.
Yeah, Putra is just defending very hard right now, but all this defending is actually bringing Iqbal Suji closer and closer to this pack. Did see a bit of nudging as well from Chong Kai Chung in the earlier part of this lap here. It's going to be getting another nudge again here. Oh, Putra Zwira is going to be nudged out there. There's a bump and run if I've ever seen one here from Chong Kai Chung. As he gets alongside, Iqbal Suji is going to use his opportunity as well to try to get ahead here, but Putra is not giving up without a fight. Elbows out here onto Iqbal Suji, trying to force him onto the curbs right now, but Iqbal will still be able to stay on the line here, still stays on the racetrack and stays ahead of Putra Zwira.
Early drama in Interlagos, and it seems like Putra Zwira is the man that might be going through this. He's absolutely stressed. You can see it in his facial expression right now, Victor. And Putra Zwira drops into P8, got sandwiched by a few of them. And right now, he needs to climb up again and needs to work hard again to go to the top again, Victor.
Yeah, the soft tire is already running up very quickly here for Pucho Azwira, so he may be thinking about getting that pit stop, or will he stay out though? It's getting a little bit close here. I mean, again, it's very hard to tell who's going to be taking the pits first. Oh, Taj Ayman is going to be the first one into the pits here. He is on a soft tire as well, so he can see a lead here to Wayne Go, or will it be Nakib Aslan who almost gets alongside Wayne going into that first turn? Now he's forced to actually back off a little bit as Danish Yugaswaran finds a way to eke himself into this battle for the lead. Now it's a three-way battle between these guys with Taj Isrin Ayman out of the way here. This is a supreme opportunity now for Nakib to get the run up onto Wayne. Danish is also thinking about the same as well, trying to make it three wide. Couldn't quite make it though. They still file in behind each other, but Wayne Go is left a little bit of space on the inside as Nakib Aslan snatches it away here, getting up alongside into the uphill part of the infield. Going up here, let's see if Nakib can actually get it under braking, but no, Wayne is still a little bit later here. Danish is also moving up onto the inside, has to take onto the grass a little bit on the shoulder here in order to stay in this battle, but still Wayne Go stays in the lead of the race.
What a comeback, man. He dropped a little bit there, but then he managed to recover that as fast as he can. The pressure is just piling up right behind there. It's going to be Nakib Aslan and Danish Vignesh and Nabil Aslan as well there, Victor. Two of the Aslan brothers right now fighting for a position over here. It's going to be the battle of P3 in this grand finals race 2, and it seems like Danish Vignesh right now putting on the entire show just to chase the man in the front. That's going to be none other than Wayne Go, and let's see if he's able to hold this pressure as we're coming into the next turn there, Victor.
Yeah, I think Wayne is going to be hoping that Danish keeps putting up more of a fight here against Naki, so they can continue to lead comfortably in front right now. And yeah, even though Naki, every time he tries to make a move to Wayne Go, Danish is already in position to try to capitalize on it at the same time, and it looks like Danish has actually gotten the better of the two of them. Another driver has gone into the pits. This time it's going to be Iqbal Suji, who's on that mediums. Oh, watch out here! Danish because Warren slips past Wayne Go, who had a bad entry into the Senna S's, and now Danish is in the lead of the race. Nakib Aslan was able to follow behind him as well, also overtaking Wayne, putting him down into P3.
Oh, we haven't even finished what we wanted to say there, Victor. It seems like Danish Vignesh the perfect man, the fox in the box, I would say, and he immediately took the opportunity when he had, and wow, what a way to slip through, isn't it?
Yeah, so Wayne now is having to defend against Nabil Aslan as well as Chong Kai Chang, but then both of those cars actually slip on the inside, and Chong Kai Chang, just like a thief in the night, steals away that third position here. Nabil Aslan still alongside Wayne Go. It's not quite over in the battle, or is it already over here? It's Nabil Aslan in the braking zone already ahead of Wayne Go.
Oh, it looks really heartbroken over there. It seems like Wayne Go needs to work up again. He was just in the entire race there, Victor. He was in P1 and P2, and right now watching himself in P5 is definitely going to be a little bit devastating for him. But then Nabil Aslan and also Nakib, I mean, I'm not sure if there's going to be partnership in this, but they have been really working their way through the podium positions right now. And let's see if there's going to be a move on Chong Kai Chang. There's going to be a little bit of a bump over there, and let's see if Chong Kai Chang is able to defend Nabil right now. Nabil is known for these kind of curves, man. He knows for these kind of spaces. You give him a little bit of space there, he's definitely going to be taking it. You can look in his eyes there, Victor. He's really locked into Chong Kai Chang. He's just waiting for that opportunity as we're coming into turn 1. This is going to be a dramatic... Oh, he's going to go into the pits there. All right.
Well, Danish also dove into the pits at the same time, so another two medium tire runners.
I thought there's going to be one more in me.
Yeah, speaking of one more, Lao Wicked also on the medium tires dived in. Nakib Aslan though still elects to stay out. He still has a lot of health left in his tires, surprisingly. Done quite well in spite of all the battling there in order to maintain that health, so he's going to continue running out here. Taj Ayman in the meantime is already coming up onto the main straight at this point here, so we'll see where he's going to be ending up once he gets past some of the other drivers inside of the pit lane, and they have not left their pit box yet. So I think Ayman will be able to be making a lot of places up here, maybe even may even be able to get ahead of Danish Vignesh if he doesn't quite get out of the pit stop in time. Look at that, Taj Ayman riding over the curbs to try to get out here as fast as possible to beat the other cars as they come out of the pit lane, and it does indeed stay slightly ahead, and that is enough to keep him up into 5th place, but crucially ahead of Danish and also ahead of Iqbal Suji.
Oh man, he's been the benchmark of this entire tournament, and this is the only man that everyone is chasing in terms of titles. But right now, does he still has it in this race? And at this moment, he's in P5. And let's see if he's able to finish this race in a position that he's actually preferring right now. Danish Vignesh caught up in the back position right now. Let's see from the rest of them. And Nakib right now in P1. Has he gone into the pits there, Victor?
Nakib's not yet.
Nakib not in the pits yet. So that kind of draws out that Taj Izrin Aiman is the man to watch out for over here.
Yeah, the distance between the two of them is not that big as well here. So Nakib Aslan coming around the final turn here. Yep, he will be going into the pits. Chong Kai Chang looks like he might be staying out. I think he is. Yes, he is staying out here. Chong Kai Chang is. Same with Wayne Gomez. Yeah, I think Wayne is also deciding to stay out. So only Nakib Aslan is in the pits now to take his final set of tires as well as a splash of fuel to keep him ready for the next phase of this race.
Yeah, brilliant sunny day over here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. It seems like it's looking really, really good for all of these races. I mean, Victor, a few of the races in the previous round we have expected, we have seen rains and stuff, but over here it looks really, really good. But Iqbal Suji, Victor, what actually happened over him here?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't manage to get a lot of passing done here, but that aside right now, I want to see when Nakib Aslan comes out of the pit. He comes out of the pit box right about now as Taj Aiman turns into the first turn. This is going to be cutting it close between these guys whose strategy has actually worked out better here, as down through the Senna S's goes Iqbal Suji as well as Taj Aiman and Danish Bigaswaran. Where is Nakib going to be coming out here? He's going to be coming out just ahead of Iqbal Suji, but crucially just behind Danish Bigaswaran.
Yeah, Iqbal right now keeping himself in P7, and Nakib just holding on to it with the fresh new tires right now. And let's see where this entire race leads to. But those who just came into our live stream, welcome to Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia eRacing Esports GT Championship 2025. We're on board with Iqbal Suji right now, who might be making a move. And we are watching the grand finals of race 2. We are one more race away to find out who will be crowned as champion of this season. Well, we're on board with the former champion there, Victor.
Yeah, who is now battling Nakib, who has, in spite of fresh tires, slightly colder, so he needs a bit of time in order to get that activated. But Iqbal Suji sensing an opportunity here, trying to make up a place against a rival in the championship here. Stays on very neatly on the curb there, not too much curb hopefully, but doesn't quite close the gap between himself and Nakib quite yet. Getting up onto the penultimate bend here before the very fast section leading to the main straight. Now Iqbal Suji is going to use this opportunity to get the slipstream off of Nakib's car. By this point, Nakib should have enough grip in his car here in order to try to defend against Iqbal. Should they go into turn 1, let's see how this will turn out.
Yeah, 15 minutes has elapsed in this entire race right now. Iqbal Suji might be eyeing a move on Nakib right now as we are coming into the Sina Asses right now. And Nakib playing some mind games. It's going to be a little bit of a late braking over here. And let's see, Iqbal Suji could not find a way through. Nakib closes every door there is there, Victor. And Iqbal Suji yet again couldn't get it through.
Yeah, Nakib is such a fierce competitor, no matter the circumstances, always in a car. He is very, very fast, and even though Iqbal won that first race, he couldn't quite make the progress that the other drivers did yet, but he's going to make an attempt here. Nakib, though, braked a lot later there, still was able to defend perfectly going into the turn. Now Iqbal is going to try to line up the shot one more time. Another attempt here is to get into the infield section, into Lagos. This is going to be crucial here for Iqbal Suji. If he can try to close that gap a little bit more, maybe he might be able to have a peek on the inside in a very tricky part of the circuit, but still Nakib Aslan hugs the inside very tightly like a koala. Doesn't give any gap there for Iqbal Suji to exploit.
You have made some really deep research on koalas, eh? I'm just joking. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are into race 2 in the grand finale. 16 minutes has elapsed in this race so far. It's a marathon, remember, not like the earlier race we saw, which is a 15-minute sprint. And right now we see Chong Kai Chang and also Wayne Go will be going into the pits alongside with Chong Chun Bin. And some of them are still out here there, Victor.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing Taj Izrin Aiman, who is leading this island of cars right now. He's already getting himself up into Akui in the turn 15 here, so he's already on the main straight now. Should be able to retake the lead of this race here, but with Nakib Aslan and Iqbal Suji also following behind, I think they also will be able to pass Chong Kai Chang here for the front of the pack. So Iqbal Suji actually moves slightly up a place here, although Chong Kai Chang is now coming out of the pits here. He's racing right now to try to get himself either in front of or maybe just close enough to Taj Aiman to try to fight him for the race win itself, but unfortunately only comes out just behind where Nabil Aslan is, so that leaves him very clear in the lead.
Yeah, right right now. He just needs to keep his heads up there, Victor, and not to lose the momentum that he's carrying. Iqbal Suji right now just holding on to it. And looking at his tires, I think we can still finish this race.
Oh, for sure.
For sure,
he should be able to finish the race, but I have to give
He's
praise.
not overly pushing his car, isn't it?
Yeah, I have to give praise to his pit strategy, because that actually worked very well in his favor. He managed to make up several places now and has moved up into 4th place as a result. So that's within touching distance of a podium here, and that podium could prove very crucial in his esports GT battle here together with Taj Ayman. So that will keep him very close in terms of points. But Danish is going to be emerging as another potential rival here, as he's now chasing hard against Taj Isrin Ayman in the latter half of this race now. And this is a challenge for the lead.
Yeah, we have seen this challenge right few years ago there, Victor. And right now we are on it again. Danish Vigneswaran versus Taj Isrin Ayman. And this is the battle for P1. They're just 0.4 seconds behind. And let's see if Danish is able to find a way through Taj Isrin Ayman. Because in the race 1 there, Victor, we saw some mistakes by Taj Ayman, but right now when Taj Ayman gets into P1, it's really difficult to shake him off.
Yeah, very difficult to shake him off here, but Danish Vigneswaran is going to get the toe off of Taj Ayman's own Supra GT4, and it's going to attempt to get closer and closer and hopefully try to make a pass going out of Reta Opusta. So we'll see whether or not he got it nicely lined up. I mean, through the center S's, he's still locked in 0.2 of a second behind Taj Isrin Ayman. This is a perfect circumstance right now for Danish to try to make some moves. Isrin Ayman moves onto the inside, weaves out to the outside again, trying to break the toe, but to no avail. Danish is still gaining on him, even up until the braking zone here, still keeping very, very close. He's going to carry forward this battle right now into the infield section. Ferradura is coming up next, and Danish is already right on the bumper of Taj Isrin Ayman. Goes around for a move around the outside. He knows that if he can stay alongside Taj Isrin Ayman, he will have the opportunity in the next turn. But no, bit of contact though as it comes together into the turn. Taj Ayman still stays in front, but Nakib comes in to try to poke Danish as well, trying to get alongside him and battle him for P2.
Oh, this has turned into a 3-way battle right now. Danish Vigneswaran caught up in the middle between Taj Isrin Ayman and also Nakib. His entire focus was actually Taj Ayman, but right now Nakib is slowly waiting for an opportunity, just waiting for a mistake that is going to be done by these two. But then looking at how things have been there, Victor, Taj Isrin Ayman, he's really hard to shake it off. And look at how smoothly he goes into every corner with no fear at all. And he doesn't even bother who's right behind him, unless there's a contact.
Yeah, but the thing is, Nakib has a slight advantage here compared to these two cars because he has slightly fresher tires and is using that to his advantage now against Danish Vigneswaran, getting a good slipstream over him. He's going to try to battle him into turn 1 itself. That might give a bit of reprieve, but Taj Ayman is also in front there, also trying to block off Danish Vigneswaran, who's desperate to try to find a way past. 3 cars now go into turn 1, but only one can stay ahead as now Nakib goes for a move around the outside. Couldn't quite make it alongside Danish though this time around, but it's still bumper to bumper to come down through the center S's. This is going to continue on into Reta Opusta.
Absolutely, 4 minutes left in this race, and this is where I told you that, Victor, late dramas in Interlagos. We can expect lots of amazing movements right now. Taj Ayman caught up right behind to there. Danish Vigneswaran and also Nakib. Nakib might be making a move, but then Taj closes the door again. But there's some intense battle going on between Danish and also Nakib. Nakib dodges into P2, and right now he might be fighting for P1. Danish Vigneswaran left behind, and Nakib goes into P2.
Yeah, and Iqbal Suji is also caught up to this pack as well. This is turning now into a 4-way battle royale between these top guys in the championship here. Danish Vigneswaran still hangs on for dear life in the second position, but Iqbal Suji has the inside run against Nakib. Nakib will have the inside against Iqbal this time around, tries to close it out and try to keep him out of this podium position here, while Danish is now desperate to try to close the gap to Taj Isrin Ayman. Iqbal though, he fights back, gets into contact here right on the curbs on the duck beak, still attempting to stay alongside together with Nakib Aslan. Iqbal Suji though, and also Chong Kai Chang actually gets past. Nakib Aslan loses out coming out of the duck bill, and unfortunately loses as well to Chong Kai Chang, who now has the run up against Iqbal Suji. He will be able to take the inside going into these next few curves here, and it's going to be all important. He moves up into third place, goes Chong Kai Chang.
What a race it has been there, man. We're coming into turn 1 from a one-way battle. It has turned into a Royal Rumble right now. Chong Kai Chang right now in the P3, holding on to things that is coming. Right in front of him is going to be Danish Vigneswaran, Iqbal Suji, and also Nakib just right behind, trying to fight Chong Kai Chang right now. And over towards the Sina Asses right now. The exits looks really good from all of them. Danish Vigneswaran holding on to it, but then Chong Kai Chang is still applying the pressure. Nakib comes in from the side and comes in from the inside and got into P4, man, leaving Chong Kai Chang right behind at P5.
Yeah, bad exit there actually from the SNSs here from Chong Kai Chan. Then open up the door for Nakib. Nakib now goes up on the attack here onto Danish against Warren, keeps him out of the way there, and off of the exit, Danish actually elbows Chong Kai Chan onto the curves, but Chong Kai Chan not plus at all, still remains locked into this battle here. Nakib and Iqbal Suji now side by side yet again here, going into Ferradura, attempting to try to find the inside here is Iqbal Suji. He tries to close it. Yes, he does close it in front. It's Chong Kai Chan desperate trying to find a way through, but Danish just blocking him at every single turn here. It's still hugging onto the inside.
Yeah, Taj is running away from this entire battle that is coming through. I would say this is the battle for P2 there, Victor. I mean, if you're expecting late dramas, this is the moment. This is the moment you actually push. And if you never think there's going to be anything late dramas in Interlagos, you can actually ask Felipe Massa and Lewis Hamilton. That 2008, that one corner that changed everything. And maybe in this race, with another 2 more minutes to go, things could change from P2 to P5.
Yeah, another minute time. I think we'll be going into the final lap here, most likely. Or rather, we'll have to see though, because Taj Israel Ahmad is getting rapidly close to that start line, but it's still not quite over yet between them here, especially from Chong Kai Chan all the way up to Danish, to Nakib, and to Iqbal Suji, who moves up into second place. That's a very crucial position for him to be in, because he will be able to retain the lead of the championship from this track position. Now Danish has a little bit of a look on the inside, but Nakib blocks him out very early on into the center S's. Chong Kai Chan not able to find a way through, has to try to block against Nabil Aslan, who is now joined into this battle, making it now a 6-way battle royale. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, this is going to be absolutely insane of a checkered flag, I would say, later on. But over here, we're on board with Nakib Aslan. I'm really surprised with Iqbal Suji's performance.
Chong Kai Chan around the outside of Danish.
Got into P4 right now, but then it was just not enough. As Danish Vigdishwaran tries to shut things off and immediately tries to take back his position. But then look at how close Nakib and also Iqbal Suji is right now, Victor. And right now, Iqbal Suji is still trying his very best to defend. Nakib from the inside again. And Nakib might be making into P2, but then it seems like Iqbal Suji is still holding side by side, wheel to wheel right now. And Nakib somehow manages into P2. Can you believe it?
I can believe it here, because I'm witnessing right with my very eyes here. Nakib Aslan moves up ahead of Iqbal Suji to take second place. Danish Vigdishwaran and Chong Kai Chan stuck in their own battle in the background in the meantime though. But now half a second only separates Taj Israel Ayman, but the lap is starting to run out here, Matthew.
Yeah, we're coming very close towards the end of this race there, Victor. Iqbal Suji, he has all the bragging rights. I would say he's the only man to actually break the streak between Taj Ayman. And Taj Ayman right now caught him right behind the former champion. This is going to be the battle of champions, my man.
Well, he's going to try to go around the outside, but I don't think he has the momentum. He needs to be able to get a good run out of the corner here.
Oh, look
but
at
then
this.
He's going to try to get alongside here. The checker flag might just be up. It's going to be a race to the end here. As the checker flag comes out, Taj Ayman wins it by 81 milliseconds ahead of Nakib Aslan. Iqbal Suji takes up the spot on the podium here. A brilliant performance from qualifying up until race 2 here for Iqbal Suji.
Oh man, why does it always have to be near the checkered flag? It always have to be near the checkered flag, man. But what a race, ladies and gentlemen. That is what I've been telling you. You guys are going to be witnessing history today, and today is the day that you're watching it with your bare eyes. But man, what a race it has been, Victor. I mean, the first half of the race really silent, but the second half of the race from a one-way battle turned into a Royal Rumble, and immediately we saw some epic drama at the final moment of the race, especially the checkered flag. Well, Victor, I think race 3 is going to be intense after this.
Oh, for
because we're going to be
sure.
using much more different race machine on that.
Yeah, much different machines, and I mean, I've been also watching like the notes coming out here from the race. There was lots of incidents even in this race, especially towards the end there, with plenty of bumping and grinding going on there between the top contenders. But very crucially, Iqbal Suji still managed to get a podium here.
Yeah.
So off of that, together with the race win in race 1, that certainly guarantees that he's going to have a big haul of points here. Whether it's going to be enough to take the lead of it overall here still remains to be seen, because Taj Ayman as well as Nakib have been very, very consistent. And also, not to forget, Danish Vigdishwaran, who has been the one battling Taj Ayman in the first half of this race as well, is looking very solid here for a championship performance.
For sure. So we're going to be having a look on the provisional results of what happened in race 2 in the grand finale. P1 for Taj Israel Ayman, the 4 times champion, right now winning this race again only By how many seconds there, Victor?
Yeah, it was, well, on the game just now, it was 84 milliseconds.
84 milliseconds, yeah.
The provisional results, 71 milliseconds. That was how close it was here between Nakib as well as Taj Aiman. Again, you were saying, why does it have to be the last lap? This is where, like, the split strategy, the different strategy between the drivers really come together at the very end, isn't it? Because Taj Aiman, he started on the medium tires, I think, but he did pit a lot earlier compared to the rest of the pack. And Nakib, he started on the, Taj Aiman started on the soft tires. Nakib Asan started on the medium tires. So they both were going for very different strategies, but they knew that at the end point, they would be more or less around the same point. So they knew that that final lap is exactly where they could try to battle it out. And man, what a battle it was.
What a battle it was. I mean, race 2 was absolutely insane. I just can't wait to get into race 3 there, Victor. But then, I mean, break us through a little bit on what actually happened at the back there, Victor. You know, some of the racers from the previous race did not make it up in the race 2, actually. Chong Kai Chang especially falling all the way at the back.
Yeah, I mean, he was stuck behind at the back for a very long time, as well as Iqbal Suji actually. But then they managed
Iqbal
to
made it somehow, yeah.
They managed to regain just based off of their pit strategy here. And Iqbal Suji went from like being outside of the top 5 to top 4 coming out of after the pit stop transition. So that goes to show that that experience he has had is not just as a former champion, but also as a driver coach. It's really helped him a lot here to determine what was the best way for him to make up those gains. And we knew that even though he wasn't really doing it on the track there, he knew that the pit strategy is going to guarantee him those places.
Oh man, lots of dramas that we can actually talk about, especially in Interlagos, because it's a historical track. You guys just watched history just now, so that just shows how intense this entire race is. But we're going to be having more insights with our racers and also our main man on the main stage. Mr. Faisal, take it away.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Victor. What a race. What a grand finale. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching at home, I know you must be at the edge of your seats. Just like yesterday, we had millions of views online, so we want you on Facebook and YouTube to write in the comments if you have any questions. All right, just write down in the comments, say, hey, I want to ask Taj how he got to this point in his career. You know what? Next round, maybe I'll ask him that question. But right now, we've got the defending champion, Taj Izrin Aiman. What's up, Taj? How you doing today, buddy?
Yeah, feeling great today. For what I can summarize from the first race just now, the qualifying, I kind of been it. I know I can do better, but that's why I kind of have to make a risky strategy for race 2.
Understand. It worked out well in your favor, I would say myself. But I gotta ask, like, as the defending champion, now we talked to Iqbal Suji before this. He was the one that took away your streak in 2022. Do you feel that the competition is much stronger now?
Oh, to be honest, as what I can see today, it's really competitive. We can see in coming years, they are much more better, and we can see another platform that we did and come through the GT. It's super competitive, and yeah, I'm super exhausted. Like today, you can see. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Taj. And you know what? He is not lying. When we came in for the interview, instead of celebrating, he asked, can I have some water? Can I have some water? He was going all out. All right, so walk us through race number 2. You know, you came in on P6, and then you maintained P1 while they were all battling it out right behind you. Tell us about the race and tell us about the pressure that you felt having all of them right on your tail.
Yeah, what I can talk through from the start. I know this strategy is kind of risky. What I felt that if let's say I could do a good quali, it might be not this strategy, but this strategy it took something for myself. I know I have to defend for my life for 4 or 5 laps. So that Danish was pressuring me and all of the drivers here who tried their best to get among their best points here. And yeah, it's really super exhausted and very intense from start and to finish.
All right, thank you so much, Taj. Congratulations once again for the pole position. We still have race 3 coming up after this, ladies and gentlemen. But before we do, let's head on over to sim number 3 as we talk about Nakib. All right, thank you so much, Taj, and good luck in your race 3. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head on over to sim number 3. All right, Nakib, I know you look a bit tired, but don't go anywhere. We've got a lot of questions for you, sir. All right, what's up, Nakib? How you doing? All right, so we talked to your brother. Was it younger or elder brother? Younger. All right, so kau nampak lagi muda. Okay, so we talked to his younger brother, and now we're going to talk to Nakib. Nakib, first of all, before we go into the race, congratulations. That was a fantastic race you did right there. And we want to talk about race 1. How did you feel coming into the grand finals today with your brother in the same race? How did that feel?
Nothing new. We've been fortunate enough to do it multiple times before. So another day in the office, as they say. But yeah, qualifying didn't go very well, didn't execute very well, and that set us a really difficult race 1. In the end, we just finished as we did, so not much we could have done. So I was really focused on making sure we capitalized race 2. I think we did that. We were super close to the race win, but hopefully I'll get him back in the race 3.
Fantastic answer, Nakib. All right, so we also want to know, right? Everyone prepares for tournaments, right? Do you have a special preparation for grand finals? Like everyone prepares for any kind of tournament, be it the qualifying rounds, be it round 1, quarterfinals, semi-finals, but is there something special that you do with your brother for the grand finals? And from that look, I know you guys do something, all right?
I think the special thing is to keep secrets from each other. You always want an upper hand. But no, in seriousness, I think mostly is working on mentally. Once you're at this level, everyone's skills are there or thereabouts. What makes the difference is how strong you are mentally. And I think that shows in the races just now how it's important to make sure you keep everything under control, your emotions under control. Don't get frustrated when people bump you off. And just capitalize on every opportunity you make. So mentally, I think that's the biggest takeaway for others out there.
All right. You know, as you were talking about mentally, right? Like, I believe that race 2, I think, pushed you to your limits, right? When it comes to mental, because everyone was behind Taj at that moment, and it was 5 of you. There was Kai Chang coming in, it was Danish, and then you finally got it through towards the last lap. How did it feel, and what was your plan during that lap? I mean, like you said, you know, everything was mental. You didn't want to act on emotion. What triggered that moment to say, this is the lap, this is the time I'm going to do it? How did you execute it?
Well, yeah, at the first part of that battle, that last few laps, I was getting quite annoyed, you know, because I was thinking, oh my God, what are we doing here? You know, we have Kai Chang coming back with faster tires. We should have worked together to beat Taj, but in the end, everyone raced for their own, and unfair play, I think that's the way it is. Everyone a man for themselves. So I just took the same initiative, you know, once every opportunity came up, once a door opened, I didn't wait for a second chance. So took every chance as it came and hopefully kept it safe along the race.
Fantastic. We talk about small margins throughout every grand finals, and that small margin, you found that opportunity and you took it. Congratulations, Nakib. All right, I wish you all the best for race 3. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's head on over to our to our commentators for our race 3 highlights.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Faisal. I mean, what an interesting take from our races from the race 2. But then, this is the highlights of the race 2. Lots of dramas happened at the final moments, but let us walk through again on what happened in this race 2 of the grand finals.
Yeah, it was a really good start, to be honest, here from Wayne Go himself, being able to keep Putra's River behind, and you also got Lau Wei Kit also attempting to try to get past, but couldn't quite take up the battle until later on in the race here. Then we also, of course, saw Nakib Asan trying to make his way through the pack, but more importantly, Taj Aiman was able to, off of the back of an early pit stop, be able to start making his way up into the front, and was eventually able to catch up to Wayne Go and challenge him for the lead, and eventually got the lead of the race. And this is where things started to fall in place, I think, for a lot of the competitors here. So with Taj Aiman being in front here, it now was up to Nakib as well as Danish to try to catch up here. Chong Kai Chang as well was getting into the mix here, getting himself up into the inside, and more crucially, Iqbal Suji was able to make a place as well. taking the opportunity off of that pass from Chong Kai Chang. So then later on, it became more about the pit strategy here as Iqbal Suji was able to make up more places after the pit stop transition stopped. And this is where the battle royale started to begin between the top drivers in the championship here with Danish because Warren pressuring Taj Aiman for the most part, but then with Iqbal Suji and Chong Kai Chang on fresher tires being able to catch up to the rest of the pack here, this is where things really started to heat up. So Nakib Aslam pulled first blood here by being able to overtake Iqbal Suji for the second place. And now that allowed him to actually catch up to Taj Aiman, was actually beating him towards the line there, but Taj Aiman still managed to finish by being just that little bit ahead, and that allowed him to take the win in race number 2.
Oh, epic drama in Interlagos. In race 1 and race 2, you can never close your eyes at any corners until the final checkered flag there, Victor. But then, what a race it has been. Lots of incidents. I'm really pumped for the race 3 actually, but then race 3 we're going to be going later on because we've got the media race and all that coming through. But right now we're going to be with our main man again on the stage. It's going to be Mr. Faisal that'll be walking us through on what's happening next.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you so much, Victor. Ladies and gentlemen, the man beside me, he needs no introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Alex Young. Amazing, amazing. How are you today, Alex?
Really good.
Yep.
Exciting racing, some more.
Yep. All right, so for those of you that did not know, Alex Young is our racing director and he's also the coach for TGR Rookies, right?
That's correct.
All right, so we know our rookies are in fantastic hands. So before we get into any more personal question when it comes to TGR, how did you feel about the races yesterday?
The racing yesterday was good, but today is what I want to talk about.
Okay.
Today's racing was unbelievable. As race director, obviously we're there calling the race, and it was such close racing that I know the stewards have a hard job, so they're there reviewing footages and stuff. But as someone that's been following the sport for a long time now, that was the best racing we've seen in Malaysia. Full stop, I think. You know, race 1 and race 2, as the field, strength of field, that's the best we've seen so far. Some really smart racing in race 1. Everyone in the line, not much action, but very, very intense. No one making mistakes. And then race 2, wow, the racecraft. You couldn't see which way it was going to go right to the end.
That's another thing that we want to ask, you know, I'm not a race connoisseur, I'm merely a casual racer. I love watching races, so I have to pick your brain, like what makes today's race different than the other races?
Well, I am a race connoisseur. That's what I look at.
Exactly, yeah.
It's not just about driving fast, it's about racing, it's about strength of field. All these things are important. And over the years, we've seen some exceptional performances. I mean, Taj, 4 times champion. Some of the others have done really good as well. But the strength of field throughout the field has not been great. You know, there'll be 2 or 3 drivers might do well, but then the rest of the field not so strong. But this one, the field was very strong. And there was some very smart racing, because you could see people knowing, all right, I can push here, but I can't quite push there. So the details, so as a connoisseur, that was beautiful. I loved watching it. It was really, really, even though, you know, we're there and we're very pragmatic about what we do, as a driver, I could really appreciate the racing there.
Fantastic. Also, we want to ask, you know, for a connoisseur, as a connoisseur of racing, when we talk about the different drivers that you said, you know, previous years, you only have probably 2 or 3, but this year we see like intense 5, 6, 7 races at the same time battling it out. Who, in your opinion, has raced one of the best races here today? Personally.
I think Iqbal did a really good job. I'm not sure his strategy was perfect in race 2. I think he'll say his strategy wasn't right. He really rode his luck. But he raced really well. The best I've seen him race. Taj also, I've never seen him go through the field in a reverse grid race so good. He's always been very fast, but reverse grid races in the past, he's been a bit careful. But this one, he was really decisive and went through it like a hot knife through butter. So there were some really good bits. Kai Chang also, he could nail the strategy as he always does. Just didn't quite choose the right racing decisions in the last 3 laps because his tires were gone by the last lap. So there were a lot of individual bits and pieces where you pick up on and you go, really, that was very exceptional. Nakib and Nabil also, you could see them pushing right to the limits but not quite going over. I feel for Danish. Danish was a bit unlucky in a couple spots, and I think he went over the limit a couple times. But this is racing. You have to go to the limit.
Yep.
You have to know and push right up against the limit if you want to win. Sometimes you go over it, and then you got to get pegged back a bit. But that's what racing is all about. It's like any other sport.
That's right. That's why we have Alex Young as the coach. I would never have seen that. For me, a race is go fast, one, you know. But for him, he sees every detail from the tires to the oil to everything that they need to be number one in the strategy. All right, Alex Young, final, last question. We don't want to take too much of your time. I know you'll be busy behind. So let's find out about what about our new racers, you know, as a coach for the rookies. How are they looking?
The rookies are looking really good. I mean, they work so hard. I think out of all the rookies we've had so far, this batch as a whole has worked the hardest.
Wow.
They're here, they're going to campus editions, they're working hard on the sim. They always show up, which is great. So very pleased with that. And the whole community really has come on quite well. We've got a lot of new drivers coming to the sport as well. So it's looking good.
All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, our racing director, Mr. Alex Young. Thank you so much, Mr. Alex. First of all, it's a great opportunity to be here with you. Thank you so much, Mr. Alex. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a look at a video for our Race 3 right now.
Hi everyone, I'm Justin Rahudev, a sim racer turned Toyota Gazoo racing rookie, and today I'll be breaking down the driver's workload around Daytona International Speedway. Daytona is unique because it combines a massive 31-degree banking of the oval with a technical infield section. That means drivers are constantly switching between high-speed stability and low-speed precision, which makes it one of the most demanding tracks in the championship. The lap starts on the oval banking, where we hit top speeds close to 300 kilometers per hour. Here, drivers are focused on holding the draft, controlling steering inputs on the banking, and managing car stability. Even though you're flat out, concentration is extremely crucial. One wrong line and you lose all slipstream. Then comes turn 1, a heavy braking left-hander where the workload is turned up a notch. It is very easy to lock up the brakes here, so drivers have to ensure they hit their brake markers perfectly and nail the apex to maximize exit speed. After that, we come to turn 2, the international horseshoe. Another heavy braking zone from high speed into a tight right-hander. Here, the workload spikes. Drivers have to ensure they hit their braking marker perfectly, downshift cleanly, avoid locking the brakes, and position the car for maximum exit traction. From there, we flow into the infield of turn 3, the kink, and turn 4, the west horseshoe. These corners require delicate steering and throttle balance. Drivers must manage tire temperatures, stay smooth on inputs, and be ready for traffic, because it's extremely easy to go wide under pressure. Exiting the infield, you'll rejoin the oval banking, but before you can catch a break, the car dives into the bus stop chicane at the back straight. This is where workload peaks. You're braking at nearly top speed, threading through quick left-right transitions, all while trying not to upset the car's balance. Too aggressive, and you'll overheat the tires. Too cautious, and you lose crucial momentum. Finally, you come back onto the oval for the run to the line. Here, the workload isn't physical, but mental. Watching your mirrors, timing your draft, and choosing whether to attack or defend before the finish. So, around Daytona, the driver's workload is a constant cycle. Brake management, gear changes, slipstream control, tire and fuel monitoring, and split-second decision-making. It's less about surviving the track, but more about pressuring your opponents lap after lap. That's what makes Daytona such a fantastic challenge for a final race, and it's at this track where we witness the crowning of a new eRacing champion.
Well, that is the entire walkthrough of the iconic Daytona, home of NASCAR 500 and Rolex 24/7. But man, well, I mean 24 hours. 24/7. We're not going to be racing that 24/7. 24 hours, ladies and gentlemen. But there you go.
I do know guys who this is their favorite track. I wouldn't be surprised if they are racing it 247. But that aside, yes, that is going to be the battleground for our final race for these grand finalists. But we'll be seeing that much later on in the day, though, because we do have something a little bit special coming up, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course. We got the media race that is actually brewing on the corner, and this time we're going to be seeing all the races that will be participating in our special media race of the day, or better known as the exhibition race. Victor Walker's crewman, who is joining this incredible race today.
Yeah, we got Keng Xiong from Eat Sleep Toge. We also got Kabilan Gopal from the Speeding Mole. We got Muhammad Naif Naili Rozani from Siakap Keli, Lee Yat-san from Trend Grind, Muhammad Hanif Suip joins us here from End Gear, Lim Kim Biang from Bang Tourist, Zoe Zara Lau from Alizio Motorsports joins us here today, as well as Muhammad Farid Awaludin from paultan.org. We also got Sophia Nabila Muhammad Najmi from Chari Cars, and last but not least, Muhammad Amiro Chakawi Shuhawi, I hope I can say that 10 times as fast, from Media 4 Wheels. So these are all representatives from the media side of motorsports. These guys often cover a lot of car culture as well as motorsport racing here in Malaysia, and we're glad to play host for them for a little bit of a fun race on this very beautiful Saturday afternoon.
Absolutely. So this is going to be our races for the media side, of course. You have already seen those names and some organizations that they actually represent, really iconic, huge organizations, Victor. Back when I was a kid, I used to go through Google and just trying to find out some information, and I can get it from them as well. And right now, they are here with us. They are going to be experiencing what our actual professional racers have been going through as well. So let's go through on what is coming next right now. It is going to be the race format for the media race. 5 minutes on qualifying, 15 minutes sprint race. So of course we got the rest of the things coming with the minimum requirement. You have one pit stop at any time during the race and must use at least a sports or medium sports hard compound tires during the race.
Not exactly sure about the minimum one pit stop, especially for a sprint race, but nevertheless, you know, things are going to be...
Unless they need to.
Yeah, so the thing is that things are also equalized, just like how it is for our semi-finalists and finalists here at TGR. So there's a balance of performance that's turned on. There's no opportunity to do any fine-tuning of your setup. Fuel and tire, as well as the tire rating, is balloted for this race here, which is kind of interesting. But nevertheless, in terms of where they're going to be racing on here, that's going to be the really interesting bit, because they are not only going to be using they're going to be using a track, probably the most famous track from Japan here, Suzuka Circuit, located in Suzuka City in the Mie Prefecture. It's 5.8 kilometers long with 18 very twisty turns. It is a iconic location here, you know, played host to not just Formula One, but also MotoGP and even touring car racing, which is what these guys are going to get a little bit of a taste of here in Gran Turismo.
Yeah, this is not an exhibition anymore, Victor. Yeah, it's going to be a close competition between all of the organizers and media partners that will be competing in today's race. So this is the track. Let's have a look on the weapon of choice that they will be using for this race. It's going to be the GR86 RZ21, and with a max power of 231 horsepower with max torque of 249 Newton meters. But man, this car is just good enough to actually, you know, put on a performance or maybe get a close taste of what these actual professional races that went through yesterday.
Yeah, good enough. I think it's mucho more than good enough. This is a very agile machine, and we've seen some of it as well during yesterday's semi-final races. But today it's going to be in the hands of our media representatives here. It's a very fun car to drive, even both in real life as well in the virtual world of Gran Turismo. The 2.4 liter naturally aspirated H4 engine, or Boxer engine, gives it a very low center of gravity, which makes it super agile in the corners, which is exactly what you need on a circuit as twisty as Suzuka Circuit itself.
Yeah, so we have already seen the track, we've already seen the weapon of choice, the car, everything is done. Right now, our media partners are preparing their final setup before we get into the race.
Yep, they're giving them a little bit more opportunity as well to practice a little bit. I'm not sure what is the extent of their sim racing experience, at least competitively speaking. I have no doubt that some of these guys definitely would have played Gran Turismo in their own free time, so this is a perfect opportunity for them to show off what they've got here. But I'm also super glad to see that, you know, in the media exhibition race here, we got plenty of ladies also inside the mix here. I mean, we got Zoe Zara Lau as well, Sophia Nabila inside here, both representing their own media organizations for this race itself. But I think also for the media guys, this is especially a great opportunity for them to get a feel, you know, of what it's like to be on the main stage, because oftentimes they're down here together with the spectators, you know, soaking in the atmosphere, you from down below. But then once they're up there, they're literally in the hot seat. With all eyes on them. So it's a whole different experience, and certainly we'll love to hear from them what they feel.
They have always been the backdoor of everything, Victor. They've always been the person that is watching in the actual race, but now they're participating in the race.
Yeah.
So it is us that'll be watching how they perform, isn't it?
They will. So just like with the Campus Tour race, like I'm always excited to see like amateur racing like this, because this is kind of like the essence, right, of like how motorsport started. It's just literally amateurs who are themselves enthusiasts of cars and car culture, coming together and doing these kind of like racing together, just having fun and having a good old jolly time out on track. And given that with the theme of this being Japan itself, it's great to see that they're going to be using Suzuka circuit as an opportunity. It's a fairly technical circuit. I mean, it's certainly not something I would choose for someone who is absolutely new to racing. But then again, for these media guys, they certainly know Suzuka circuit very well, given that I wouldn't be surprised if they've written articles about it in themselves. And given the car being used here, the GR86 remains a very popular choice amongst Malaysia's own motoring enthusiasts. It has been an exemplary platform, not just for touring car racing, but for drifting and just all around. Having a very fun car to drive around. Zoe getting a little bit wild and rough out on the track there, forcing someone to actually dodge and almost spun him out. Farid, having to dodge some of these other cars out here on track. This is, by the way, qualifying that's already started for our media racers. They're given 5 minutes of qualifying here, so 5 minutes to go ahead and get out there and put in not just a clean lap, but hopefully the faster lap out of everyone else out on track.
Yeah, so we're on board with Farid right now. Where is Farid from there, Victor?
Yeah, Farid, he is from Poltan.
Poltan. So yeah, he'll be representing Poltan, and looking like how he has been going on the track right now, Victor. He seems like he's doing a really wonderful job. And I mean, he did not spun out. Yeah, he's just keeping really calm and composed. And like what you said there, some of these races, they might actually, have a rig at their home or something to practice and stuff. But yeah, I think this is the best platform for them to actually give it a go.
I won't be surprised if these guys, like, especially after they know they're going to be called up for this exhibition race, that they went ahead and did a little bit of practice on their own here. But Farid seems to be very focused here, actually, trying to get his laps really nicely done here. Obviously, with the GR86 here, this is not a fully race-tuned version. In fact, it's a lot more closer to a car they can get right out of the dealership here. So that's why you can see a lot of body roll, which, considering that these guys are car journalists themselves, they're definitely going to be quite familiar with how the real world car, and I can attest that Gran Turismo 7 does a very good job actually of recreating the authentic feeling of driving these cars inside the game itself. So I wonder how much of their actual real world experience with GR86 will factor into their ability to drive here in this race. Looks like Farid and Hanif are getting into a little bit of a scrap going into turn 1, maybe shades of what we're going to be seeing later on in that media race.
That was good actually.
That was actually a good, nice clean move there by Hanif, but Farid fights back really hard. But again, these guys are actually going for qualifying times here, not necessarily racing actually for position, but I think a little bit of...
At the same time, they're actually practicing over here, Victor.
Yeah, just practicing some of those moves, right? But Farid, oh boy, getting very testy actually. He's really going, boy. Doesn't quite keep it under control there. That actually might have ruined his lap overall here, but Hanif will still be able to continue on unabated here, so we'll certainly have a much better time right now, rather an opportunity to get a better time compared to Farid at this point. Now we're coming up to the Degner curve. This is a very tricky part of the circuit because it's just how fast you actually go into the entry of this one, and then how quickly you have to set yourself up for this next corner, which goes right under the bridge, which is one of the key features of this track. Now we're coming up to the slowest part of the circuit, which is the hairpin turn. This is where you really have to brake quite hard and relatively early as well. You don't want to necessarily overshoot your apex point there, and you want to keep a nice consistent speed through that corner. Now we're coming up down into this dip and upwards, and it's going to be leading into the famous spoon corner, which represents the last bit of technical part of this track here before you have a very long and very fast section to contend with here, and Hanif will definitely need to get a very good exit coming out of the final spoon curve, and there indeed does keep it nice and tidy here.
Oh, I could recall some of the memories over here in this track that in the previous competitions, the previous years when we commentated in TGR eRacing series, we have actually used this track in multiple competitions, multiple title deciding moments and stuff. But over here, it looks really good to see the track back again.
Yeah, and then
let's not forget Fuji Speedway there, Victor. There we can see the Mount Fuji there.
Which is technically actually Toyota's home ground track, given that Toyota uses it for their testing. So now we see Hanif getting past the Casio chicane, and we'll be getting up to the line. So he probably will be amongst the first drivers here to start to set the time. Seong has made her time up. So Hanif has set a 2-minute 29.233. So that puts him up very squarely into provisional pole position. Some more cars will be coming through here. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to beat his time. I think Farid may be a bit of a long shot given that he lost control during that lap trying to battle against Hanif himself. But it seems like as of right now, Hanif still is holding on to the track record amongst the media racers here. Let's see if anyone else is going to be able to beat him for the tournament. I see another car already coming through the Casio chicane. Kawi at the moment is also leading into the Casio chicane, looking like he has a pretty good run himself. Let's see whether or not he'll be able to get through. Ooh, I think he missed the chicane completely there. Yeah, he just went a little bit off there and realized a little bit too late. The thing is that, in MotoGP, they don't use that chicane. They actually go for the old curve, just going around. So it's a very straightforward path towards that main straight. But in touring cars and GT cars, and especially in F1, they do use that chicane there. So a bit unfortunate there for Kawi. We'll be able to get across the line there. But Hanif still remains on pole position here, and most likely it's going to be the one to enjoy a front row seat to the race start.
Glimpse of what we can actually see. You go into the corners and then you go missing. Traveling to a different dimension. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I think pretty much we're done with the qualifying session. Now we'll be going into the actual race for the media exhibition race right now. And let's see which organization has the best driver there, Victor.
Yeah, well, the thing is that media, like their day job mostly involves covering car events. They're usually the ones sitting in the sidelines, witnessing all the professionals do their work. So hopefully, maybe a bit of that knowledge may have gone into them just through osmosis. So hopefully they know a little bit more about what it takes to really try to win these races. But then again, it's going to be a fun one here. I mean, for these guys, even from home or even in an event like this, these kind of races is just an opportunity to have fun, to really have a little bit of like fun rivalries, with the guys in other media organizations here. And yeah, certainly this is going to be a very interesting one, given that they also do know each other through their line of work. So I think there'll also be a little bit of that bragging rights maybe after the race.
Of course. That is definitely going to be a lot of bragging rights for all of these media partners and also organizations that might be doing really well in the race. But I think they're also given a really good car there, Victor. I think this car is just absolutely more than enough for you to actually perform your very best. And let's see who actually wins the media race.
Yeah, the thing is that these are more like road cars essentially. So I think even in GT7, usually the most fun kind of racing you can do, especially in the public servers, is always using road cars, because those cars, even though they are slower, they don't have as much grip, but then they flow and move around a lot. It really forces you to not only focus, but it also gives you a lot of fun, especially when you're in a side-by-side, like tire-to-tire kind of battle here, which I think can happen, especially if you get close enough here on Suzuka circuit. That's going to be a recipe for just a lot of like chaos and just fun all around.
Oh, definitely. Those are the kinds of things we can actually expect in this race. And but at the same time, Victor, once the media race is over, I think on the YouTube channel, everyone is actually asking, when is going to be the final race after this media race, ladies and gentlemen. Those who are watching on the social media, the actual race will happen right after this. But right now, we're going to be going into this media exhibition race, and we are rolling right now.
Yeah, oh boy, 3 wide into the first turn alone. But look at Kabilan just swooping ahead here and taking the lead of this race, while Farid as well as K-Seong attempt to try to fight with Hanif right now for a position on the podium. Kabilan a little bit slow, gets bumped out of the way there, but Hanif is straight into the wall. Farid will still be fighting him into the S's right now in order to try to get himself ahead. Farid does get ahead of Hanif, maybe a little bit of a frustration, especially during qualifying when Hanif bumped him up in the first place. Well, look at that. Revenge is a dish best served cold.
Absolutely. Farid, I mean, he has done really well in the qualifying, and right now he's just doing it again on the track. And let's see in this race if he's able to capitalize among the other media partners. And right now, as we see the leaderboards, Farid leading this race in P1, P2 for Hanif, P3 for Kawi there, Victor. But then what happened to Kabilan? He just went missing.
No, Farid loses control there, right on the Degner curve. Hanif still and slips just in front there, but Hanif, just unabated, continues on, keeps his pedal to the metal and stays in the lead of the race. So unfortunately, that drops Farid all the way down to P5. Yatkian as well as Kawi are now battling just behind Hanif right now into the hairpin turn, but Yatkian still seems to be ahead at the moment here and still remains in P2.
Oh man, Suzuka almost turning into a NASCAR. Oh, I just talk about NASCAR, another car just went into the barriers there, Victor. Not sure who actually went into the barriers, but then it is what it is as we're on board with Yatkin. And where does Yatkin actually represent the Victor?
He's from Trend Grind.
He's from Trend Grind, so I think it's a proud moment for Yatkin and his team, because being in P2 is not easy in this track, especially, you know, when you're just touching the rigs and stuff after a long time. Because these guys, Victor, they have been like, you know, too busy with covering car events and stuff. They might not have time for this kind of stuff. But right now, you are forced to sit over here to experience what our actual professional racers feel.
I would just love some of these guys maybe to give a little review about the car itself while they're attempting to race each other on the track here, a la like Top Gear, for example. But then again, Yatkian seems to be very nice, in a very nice position here to have a nice, clean race. And I think that's very crucial in these kind of like exhibition races. It's not just about like, you know, being the absolute fastest on a single lap, or really just being able to bring your elbows out anytime someone tries to get close. But it's more about getting that consistency, being able to get a consistent lap time, lap after lap, and that allows you more than likely to succeed in these kind of amateur races. Nevertheless, though, Ken Seong as well as Naili will be coming in here in third and fourth place, while Hanif is very much far into the distance now, already getting into the S's, while Yatkin is only just following behind him here. So things already starting to spread out between these drivers. Naili, a little bit too much on the inside grass there, but still keeps it under control. Bit of drifting action as well here as Naili tries to keep it together now, getting into the S's.
I think the commentator's curse is really working well in these races. Every time we say something, we are almost about to see something happening on our races here. And we're on board with 90 right now. He's in P3, and Farid coming at a really good speed. Maybe have an opportunity to actually, you know, go for a takeover here. And let's see, he's able to overtake or not. Farid lurking left and right. He's trying to find a space, and right now, Naili is just closing the doors, but Farid has the entire speed on his back right now, and he could easily get past him. He's in P3, but just a little bit of a fraction right now, and off he goes into P3 there, Victor.
Yeah, but still not quite over yet. A bit of a bump behind. Farid, yet again loses control in the same place as he did earlier. Oh no, Naili unfortunately caused that there with a little collision in the back. Farid no doubt feeling a little bit frustrated at this point here. Still will have to recover back and hopefully be able to get back into racing here.
Yep, I think how much do we miss Suzuka track there, Victor? You know, we didn't get to see Suzuka this entire competition, but right now we're back here and brings a lot of amazing memories. What is your most favorite part of this entire track?
The Degner curves, or rather like the S's as well. But like every time I think about Suzuka, I always think about Degner because it's always a place I know that if I just nail those two corners, like I'll be able to get a very good qualifying time. You know, so it's always a focus for me every time I do like a time attack here. It's just diving into Degner as quickly as I can, you know.
Those are the days right now, and let's see some of our races right now. We're on board with Zoe, and Zoe right now keeping in P6. And on the other side, Farid is sliding at the back there, Victor. Still managed to keep himself on the track and not go out of the track right now. He's putting the pressure. Farid is right now trying his very best to actually, you know, elbow away Zoe, but then he could not find the space to do that yet. But maybe in the next corner that's coming up.
Yeah, Zoe is definitely looking very testy there. That's actually, but then Farid again, we know that he's a little bit faster overall, so I think he's going to try to fight it really hard. Look at Zoe just basically sliding her way through into 130R. Didn't quite slow down enough there, and unfortunately broke traction as he attempted to try to keep Farid behind. Does recover back on track, but only in 7th place.
Only in 7th place, but then she might have a lot of time to actually do a recovery. We have another 10 more minutes to go in our media race. If you're just watching in our live stream, this is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia eRacing Esports GT Championship 2025. And those who are asking on the comments when is going to be the race break.
Naili!
Naili
Rode
just
on the
ran
curb
out.
a bit too hard, but also behind him, Kawi also did the same thing. But Naili is unfortunately facing the wrong way around the track, and the recovery there, so Kawi will be able to move up into 3rd place unabated there. Oh boy, that's the thing that's really tricky actually about turn 1 itself, right? Is that, you know, it's a slight curve into the turning there, and if you're not very careful on the curb, sometimes your car gets upset way too easily due to the weight transfer. So that causes that makes it so easy to lose control. Kabilan also looking like he struggled a little bit.
He's struggling a lot from the start of this entire race, man.
Yeah, but managed to get it together now in order to get through into the S's.
Yeah, Kabilan, I mean, even in the qualifying, we saw lots of glimpses of him actually going onto the races and also coming out of the track and hitting the barriers right now. He is in P6 at this moment, and that to follow. Our race 3 will begin after this media race. So we got another couple of minutes to go. Until then, it is going to be all about our media partners now.
Hanif must be feeling very lonely up in front right now because he's got no cars in front of him or behind at all as he comes out the spoon curve. Look at Farid now making a move onto Naili, moves up into 3rd place. This guy, I think, definitely has practiced a lot back at home here, I think, because he's certainly looking a lot faster. I mean, he's multiple times now crashed out, but still is able to recover brilliantly every single time. So now he's on a run up here into the 3rd position. It's going to be a very clear bit of road from here on out until he gets to Yat Kian. So hopefully you'll be able to catch up to the rest of them. Still plenty of time left in this race. You're only just about entered the halfway point.
Yeah, I think still a really good proud moment for N-Gear right now there, Victor. Hanif is leading this race in P1. So nothing much is actually, you know, giving him a pressure and stuff. But Farid right now all alone in the track. He's just pretty much left behind, and Naili is able to maybe, you know, close the gap unless we see Farid not making any mistakes throughout this race.
Yeah, I think I see Zoe as well actually catching up to Naili here, so we may see another battle, but this time for 4th place. Zoe is certainly looking like the fastest of the female drivers in this group here, getting a bit of a draft here. This is where she needs to be careful. She's already experienced what it was like last time there. Naili, wow, he just dives straight in, but then gets a bit of contact with Zoe as well, spinning out the both of them. Zoe should be able to recover pretty easily, but Naili is facing the wrong way around the road. He's going to have to do a burnout in order to be able to get himself back on track.
Oh, every time we almost see a overtaking moment there, Victor, we see them sliding out of the track and also, you know, spinning out now.
Yeah, 130R is very tricky when you're on a road car because, you know, in F1, it's basically like a corner you just dive into. You don't even need to lift off the throttle at all, especially with the downforce. These cars, though, they don't have downforce and they don't use like slick tires. They use literal road tires, actually. So they don't have a lot of grip, so you still have to be very careful in how you negotiate that turn specifically, and that's actually catching out some of our media drivers here.
I mean, I have to say, man, I mean, looking at the on the cameras there, Victor, you know, you can see the expression. You're like, why am I even here? I'm stuck here for the next few more minutes right now, but this is, I mean, like what you said there, Victor, this is the best place for you to actually, you know, taste of what's going on the actual professional races who are actually competing for this title over here. So our media partners, I'm sorry, you're pretty much, you know, have to go through what our actual professional races go through.
Wow, Naili, you've been doing a bit of Tokyo drifting there, going into the S's, very much struggling to try to keep the car in a neutral position through some of these turns here. I mean, they're turning in very hard and very sharp, and these cars being front engine rear wheel drive, making it too easy to lose control just like that. Naili into the barriers as Ken Bang and Ken Seong just go as ahead and continues on their merry way.
Yeah, right now we're with Kin Bang. She is right now in P6. Coming around the corners right now. We got another 5 more minutes to go in this race. It is a 15-minute sprint race, isn't it?
Yeah, so another 5 more minutes of running left here for all of our drivers. Well, in the meantime, I think like for the front runners, they're certainly just enjoying this Saturday drive out here in Suzuka Circuit. Ken Bang braking hard right now, going through the hairpin turn. Hanif right now comes up into the main straight and is going to be going into turn 1 soon. He's 49 seconds in the clear, so as long as he just keeps it cool and keeps it clean, he should be certainly guaranteed to win out in this race.
Oh, there you go. There is Hanif right now in P1. And you know what is really surprising me right now, Victor? It is Kabilan, who caused a lot of chaos, but he's still in P5. Can you believe that, man?
Yeah, I mean, even Farid has actually overtaken Yat Kian for 2nd place now, so he's definitely on a roll. Thing is, he's got 50 seconds to make up to Hanif here, so unless some kind of mistake comes up on Hanif's end, which he hasn't done at all throughout this whole race, I think it's going to be very hard for Farid, to catch up in the next 4 minutes or so. So at the moment, though, I think everyone's just kind of getting settled. I mean, they're already getting
much settled,
much more familiar with this car and track here this time around. So hopefully a little bit less of loss of control here amongst our drivers.
Yeah, some of them really struggle at the start of the race and also during the qualifying as well. But right now, all eyes on this man over here. It's going to be Hanif, who is right now making his team proud. And that is none other than Engir. So it's a proud moment for Engir. So I think the crews from Engir will definitely be watching this and celebrating it there, Victor. He's all alone up in the front. He's like, a one-man show. And he's going to be finishing this race in the way he wants it. We got another 3 more minutes to go till the checkered flag.
Yeah, so there's going to be a pit stop here for Kang Seong as well as Kabilan, and also Kian Bang as well has gone into the pits here.
But for what?
Just maybe change out or fresh set of tires. Maybe they are briefed to have that mandatory pit stop anyway. So I think they will have to. They will try to take that anyway here. I mean, we did see Zoe as well. She went into the pits quite early on here, so she's going to be able to overtake Kian Bang, who's only just still stuck actually inside of the pit lane itself. Now we're seeing Yat Kian starting to challenge Farid here for 2nd place. He got passed early on just off screen, so now we're going to be seeing a return into this battle here between the two of them. Now we know that Farid is quite fast, and he was just really searching to try to find where he can break even later compared to Yat Kian, but kind of compromised himself a bit on the exit here, so Yat Kian should be able to slingshot his way to get closer to Farid by the time to get up to the spoon curves. So that's setting up to be a quite interesting battle now.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, Yat Kian might be putting his entire focus on Farid right now, who's in P2. He's able to, find a way through into Farid right now, then that is going to be a way. Farid is shaking over there, Victor.
Yeah,
he needs to be careful over here. Maybe he's sensing the pressure coming from the back. You can always view it from the rearview mirror over there. There you go, he's looking at it again.
He is really trying to, he was really trying to push as hard as possible through that corner there. I mean, we saw him attempting to do on and off the brakes there, just trying to find a way to brake a little bit later compared to Yat Kian. Now we're coming up to 130R. Very tricky to do here in these GR86s, but it looks like Yat Kian as well as Farid are able to do it pretty nicely here. Now braking hard into the Casio chicane. You got to be very careful the way you negotiate over those curbs, but these guys have done it pretty well so far, and it continues to stay up in front here. Does Muhammad Farid, so we'll see how this will shape up. We got another couple of minutes to go. This is already the final lap, ladies and gentlemen, for our racers.
Yeah, man. So far, talking about final lap, it is going to be Hanif that is leading this race in P1, P2 for Farid, P3 for Yat Kian. So these are the podium positions, which might be looking a little bit forward, but then Yat Kian might be taking over. And Yat Kian got into P2 there, Victor. He kind of like wrestled past him, but then I think that's the fun. That's the fun part, isn't it?
Well, that's a fun part, and I don't think the race crew is going to be paying too much attention right now to these drivers racing at the moment. So I think all bets are off. Farid now brings it back into the attack here onto Yat Kian, trying to get alongside him through the S's, but Yat Kian still has advantage on this corner. Farid's going to have to try to do it on the exit here, but it's still being blocked by Yat Kian at the moment. But not in this instance, though. He found a way to slip on into the inside here, and he's going to try to say bye-bye to him by the time to get to the Detonator curve. But watch out, here is where you're going to have to make it to the braking point, right at the 50-meter marker. Both of them try to brake hard, but Yat Kian braking a little bit later, has a bit momentum, but he gets onto the grass and loses control completely.
Man, yet Ken, I think we almost got into P2 that big step, but then right now, oh man.
Collected Sophia, who was just an innocent bystander, didn't expect to see Yatkian trying to move up in front, and boy, well.
I can't find the right word for that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the right word is unsafe, unsafe rejoin of the track there, but that's just very unfortunate there for both Yatkian. Yeah.
Yeah, and talking about that, this is Hanif right now in P1 who will be winning this race, Victor, because this is going to be the last lap. And right now he's just going in a way that no one actually touched him from the start of the race, Victor.
I mean,
Yeah.
only
at
the start of the race.
Yeah, only at the start. He actually had a little bit, but that's about it. After that, no one actually touched him.
Yeah, I think he's very cool, very calm and collected right now as he comes through the Casio curves into the final turn. Now ready to receive the checkered flag here is Hanif, who hails all the way.
All right, Hanif wins this race, and he is in P1 for the media partners, and P2 for Farid right now, who will be coming into the checkered flag real soon.
Yep, Hanif from N Gear takes the win here in our media exhibition race, and coming in second place here. Definitely a lot of chaos on his part. Spun out money multiple times by other people, but he still keeps the fighting spirit strong. So finishes in a respectable second place here from Muhammad Farid, who comes from paultan.org, and yet Ken still is able to make it through into third place here. Yet Ken, who comes from Trend Grind, will take up the final podium spot here in our media exhibition race.
And what a race it has been for these media partners over here. They experience the adrenaline and also the thrill of being on the rigs over here today, Victor. But there you go. That has been the end of our media race. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are back with us, and that is the end of our media race. Victor, what is the best moment you enjoyed during the media race? Is it the spinning part?
Well,
all those who are going in the barriers?
There was certainly a lot of that, but I think what was really exciting was that race start where we saw them going 3 wide into turn 1. It was literally jostling between each other there, and obviously, like even though these guys, you know, are not on the level of like a professional competitor, but it's still so much fun just to see amateur racing like this here. I mean, again, I think the struggle for most of these drivers here is just basically trying to stay consistent on the track here, but that just lends itself to a lot more chaos, which is kind of like the thing about racing. Sometimes it's not necessarily, you know, having to be all super serious, you know, super focused all the time.
It's about experiencing and also having fun.
Exactly, having fun is the main part, and it's the main draw, I think, for a game like Gran Turismo 7. You know, it's giving you that a little bit of a taste of what it's like, you know, to drive all these cars from all throughout history, whether it be like a vintage car, you know, from a classic car, or even a full thoroughbred race car like the GT3s or even the F1 cars. So again, it's a it's a really fun race here. Not gonna lie, for our exhibition racers, but congratulations yet again for Muhammad Hanif Sweeb from N Gear for taking the win in this media exhibition race.
Absolutely. So that is the end of our media race. But then we're going to be having some insights from our media partners right now, and that will be done by our main man in the front, Mr. Faisal. Take it away.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Victor. And with me today at sim number 5, we've got Muhammad Hanif Suib representing N Gear. Hanif, apa khabar, Hanif? Congratulations. Okay, so before we go into the race, I just want to ask you, how do you feel coming into this event? We're here at the grand finals here today. You're just excited as me and the casters and everybody here watching, even those at home on Facebook and YouTube. We have over 1 million views on Facebook watching this event, getting excited. How do you feel about TGR here today with GT Championship 2025?
Feel excited and berdebar juga.
Hati berdebar-debar kan? Okay, so walaupun hati berdebar-debar, tetap dapat nombor 1 lah. Okay, power Hanif. Okay, so Hanif, tell us a bit more about your race. What was your plan coming into our media race exhibition race today?
To be honest, I don't have any plan. Just race as usual, and that's it lah. menang-menang kalah-kalah lah.
Menang-menang kalah-kalah lah. Itulah adab mainan kan. Exhibition match memang macam tu. So kita nak tanya, that's why we have to ask. You were so far ahead. In fact, you were almost 30 seconds ahead of number 2, which is Farid. So kita nak tanya, sebelum ni memang ada experience bawa eSIM ataupun ada experience kat rumah main game on the PlayStation or on PC?
Before this, yes, ada experience, and dekat rumah pun memang ada sim race lah, cuma basic punya lah. And kat rumah tak banyak main lah, just kalau ada mood baru main.
So we also want to ask, now that you are already here, now you feel what it feels like to race like one of the professionals, right? What do you feel of apa yang TGR dah pun buat? Apakah Toyota dah buat untuk kita punya racer-racer tanah air kita dan untuk membangunkan kita punya eSIM punya community?
Okay, secara jujur ni apa yang saya tengok UMW Toyota dah buat memang memberikan satu sumbangan yang besar untuk membangunkan bakat-bakat anak muda tempatan. So kita tahu Malaysia ni ada golongan pelumba yang memang jauh lagi handal daripada saya.
Alright, thank you so much Mr. Hanif. Saya tak tahu sama ada diorang lagi handal daripada awak, tapi saya tahu awak lagi handal daripada ke-99 racer pada hari ini di Media Exhibition Race. Lagi sekali tahniah Mr. Hanif, representative of N-Gear. Let's head on over to sim number 8. That's right, kita akan pergi ke Muhammad Farid Awaluddin. Farid, mana Farid? Farid, apa khabar Farid? Okay, Farid representing Paul Tan. Farid, sebelum kita tanya soalan pasal event ni, kita nak tanya apakah prep yang Farid dah buat sebelum Farid datang? Prep. Apakah prep? Ada tak prep ke apa sebelum datang sini?
Just practice je lah kat rumah.
Kat rumah ada eSIM?
Ada ya.
Okay. Alright, so kita nak tanya ya. During the race itself, what was going through your mind? Apa yang melalui Farid punya fikiran sebab Farid represent Paul Tan? So macam mana? Ada pressure ke tak ada pressure?
Memang pressure teruk. Actually, boleh buat lebih baik sebenarnya, tapi memang sekarang shaking pun tak habis lagi.
Oh, shaking tak habis lagi? Okay. Kita kat Malaysia biasa kalau shaking maknanya marah.
Memang tadi buat simple mistake 2-3 kali lah. Memang itu yang kalau tidak mungkin boleh lebih baik kot.
Lebih baik lah. Okay. So sebelum kita pergi tengok ke caster kita, sebelum kita tengok race highlights of our media drivers, saya juga nak tanya, bukan saya sajalah, saya rasa orang kat rumah semua nak tanya ataupun nak tahu pasal perkembangan Toyota Gazoo Racing. Kita dah 4, 5, 6 tahun lah dekat sini. So apakah pendapat Farid representing Paul Tan as our media? What have you seen when it comes to perkembangan kita punya racer-racer tanah air daripada yang muda 17-15 tahun sehinggalah yang ke experience yang 32-35 tahun?
Okey, perkembangan dia kalau daripada start, daripada mula sampai sekarang memang jauh beza lah. Kita dah daripada program sim racing Toyota sampai ke Vios Challenge, rookie punya kategori tu. So far sekarang kita dah ramai driver muda yang dah ke international punya stage. So tahniah untuk Toyota lah. Memang usaha yang sangat baik lah.
Alright, thank you so much Farid for the kind words. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Alright guys, so for those of you at home who are wondering, Farid ada mention pasal kita punya rookie. That's right, our rookie program has already started and it's open for registration today. So if you would like to find out more, head on over to any one of our social medias on Facebook or Instagram, which is TGR Malaysia. And if you want to watch at home, we're here on Facebook Live. Go check it out. We have over 1 million views. So many supporters of TGR right here today, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so without further ado, we're going to pass it back to our casters as they comment on our media race highlights.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Faisal. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the media race highlights on what actually happened between our media partners. I mean, it's fair to say the winner actually has a rig there, Victor.
Yep.
And he was just cruising through into P1, but lots of drama happened between P2 and all the way till P5.
Yeah, well, a bit of bumping and grinding. And like the start of it was very, very interesting to see all these cars come together in such a chaotic way. But chaos was certainly on the menu here for Farid, as that was one of the few times he actually got pushed off of the track and almost cuts in front of Hanif there, almost running into him as a result. This is where Naili unfortunately bumped behind Farid and caused him to spin out yet again. Still was able to recover back into the podium position again and again. So I think all that practice back at home has certainly helped out Farid a lot in this particular little battle here. But well, with Yatkian being the one mostly delivering the entertainment coming to the end of the race, unfortunately came to a swift end once he unfortunately got spun out right at the Deckner curve itself. Hanif, who had a very uneventful latter half of the race, pretty much cruised his way to victory here and saw the checker flag in first for the exhibition race.
Yeah, what a race it has been, but this is the race result of the exhibition. There you go, Mohammad Hanif from Angier wins this race, and Mohammad Farid from Paul Tan, and third position for Lee Yatkin from Trend Grinder Victor. And also kudos to the rest of the other racers finishing in their respective positions. What a race it has been, and an experience for our media partners today.
Yep, so there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the end of the exhibition race. And now we're going to go ahead and try to warm things up right now because we got one more race to go for the day. So let's go ahead and jump over to our host here on stage. Take it away, Faisal Arifin.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Victor. All right, we've actually got a very, very special guest here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Taj. All right, Mr. Taj. He is Taj Izrin Aiman's father. So, Mr. Taj, before we go into any more serious questions, I want to ask, how does it feel watching your son up there racing against one of the best drivers in Malaysia?
Oh, definitely it's nervous. Definitely, for sure. Because your own blood is racing in the events.
Oh, up on stage pula tu kan?
Definitely.
Okay, so kita nak tanya, saya rasa soalan yang sangat penting ialah memang Aiman daripada kecil telah menunjukkan bakat ataupun dia ada tunjuk minat when it comes to racing ke abang yang push dia?
Actually, I'm also a race car.
Oh.
I retired already.
Okay.
When Aiman about 11, I always bring him alone to the circuit, watch me race.
I see.
But I discover his talent a bit late, about 2022. When he start join, I think the second or the third TGR events.
I see.
From there, this boy have talent. So from there, the whole family support him all out stuff. Not only for the scene event, even for the real racing, also he's involved lah.
Fantastic. I love that. Saya sangat-sangat suka sebab saya masa muda pun suka main game. Tapi mak dengan bapak saya ada cakap tak ada pergi study. So it's great to see that a father like you help support his kid on his passion and his driving skill. So kita dah cakap pasal talent. So macam mana? Sekarang kita dah nampak talent dia. Abang dah pun bawa dia masuk pergi racing. Macam mana sekarang dia dah pun jadi professional, dia dah 4-time champion. How does it feel to be the father of someone dah champion 4 kali, dah pergi nak champion dekat Asia pula tu? Apakah perjalanan dia sebagai seorang parent?
Oh, me and Aiman, we have our target. Because for us, and Aiman especially, his target to be in the top 5 GT World Series.
World Series.
Because he joined 3 World Series events in Spain, Amsterdam. He's not in the top 5. So his aim yet. So the aim is a bit higher. That is for the city event. For the real racing, we have our own target, but gonna be within our pockets.
Faham.
Available pocket.
Thank you, Encik Taj. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it, guys. You've heard it directly from Taj Aiman's father. How important it is to help homegrown boys, support from their parents, from their family. And now we know Taj Aiman has amazing dreams. He wants to be in World Series and also real life cars, kan? Bye. I love that. This brings a tear to my heart and tear to my eyes. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the moment you've all been waiting for. Race 3. Take it away, Matthew and Victor.
Right now, we'll be focusing more into our race 3. This is the total prize pool where all of our racers will be fighting today. It is going to be 123,000 in total for the Pro Championship, Esports GT Championship, and also for the Campus Tour.
Yeah, all three championships splitting up this prize pool. The big one, though, coming up after this is the Esports GT Championship, which is being run for this the GT round itself. So the winner of this one outright will be coming home with 1,500 ringgit. But also, the top 3 of this championship will get a chance to represent Malaysia in the regional championship here, which is TGR Asia Esports GT Championship 2025. So that is also something that they have to look forward to should they make it up to the very top step. But this is going to be only just for this round. The bigger prize is coming up here, because the Pro Championship is the one that has been running all throughout the year here, starting from that first round in Race Room to the second round in Assetto Corsa, and then the third round in iRacing. The efforts in that, it's going to be combined with the efforts in this very day itself, and the champion out of all of that will go home with 25,000 ringgit.
Absolutely, and the first runner-up will be going home with 15,000 ringgit. Second runner-up will be going back home with 10,000 ringgit. From 4th place all the way till the 20th place, you guys will still be going home with some cash in hand, Victor. But the main prize is going to be the champion, of course.
Yeah, that's the one that everyone's going to be fighting for, and that's going to be tabulated based on points, actually, you know, across the entire 4 rounds of this season in 2025. So it's going to be so much, not just so much the performance on this day itself. It's going to contribute certainly to that, but it's more about rewarding the efforts from all of our drivers here who race in the other platforms that we featured in this season.
Absolutely. So I think we're going to be having a look on our results right now. If you guys are ready, we're going to be rolling into our grand finals results in the race 1. Iqbal Suji takes a dramatic win in the first race there, Victor, and he has backed 26 points in this race.
Yeah, that's a very handsome amount of points there. I think there's also a point for a point as well for pole position for him, so that's certainly going to add to his tally. Chong Kai Chang also managed to make it in 2nd place there, so the 18 points will come in very handy in order to try to keep him in the fight. Nabil Aslan makes it on the podium here with 15 points. Nakib Aslan following very closely behind him, only with 12. And Taj Adrian Ayman finishes with 10 points, and that's going to be crucial, as we will see later on. Danish Rikaswarman does end up with a penalty here, so that does drop him a little bit, but he still remains in P6 anyway. The newcomer, the youngest driver amongst our finalists here, Chong Jin Bin, makes it P7 in his first Grand Finals appearance, so that's amazing to see here, with Lau Wikit, Putra Azwira, and Wayne Go rounding up 8th, 9th, and 10th respectively. Now we're going to be able to see how that shapes up when we see the results as well for race number 2.
Absolutely. So there you go. This is the race 2 result. Taj Izrun with the amazing comeback, and he has gotten into 25 points in race 2. Nakib Aslan surprises us with 19 points there, Victor. Iqbal Suji, despite dropping a little bit on the mid-session of the entire race, but he still managed to get into podium position, P3, and backs 15 points over there, Victor.
Yeah, and Chong Kai Chang still makes it up with the P4, still respectable in that, and hopefully we'll see when the full tally comes up where he really stacks up. But definitely very crucial for Iqbal Suji to be able to finish on the podium as well for this race, because that will certainly allow him to command that lead in terms of points. And don't forget, you know, the top 3 winners at the end of this will represent us here in the regional championship, and it's great to see that those guys who seem to be on the front runners for this are definitely the most talented GT drivers that we've ever had here in our TGR Championship.
For sure. Talking about talent, we still got one more race to go, but let's have a look on the overall results there, Victor. And this is what it is. Here we go.
There we go. Iqbal Suji remains the points leader right now with 41 points ahead of Taj Izrin Ayman here. Difference only about 6 points between the two of them. So that's going to be making it a very close fight later on when we get into race 3. Nakib Aslan still makes it into the top step here. He's in P3 right now, only 4 points behind Taj Izrin Ayman, so that will also make it a very close fight here, potentially for 2nd place, if not the 1st place itself. Chong Kai Chang, his consistency has certainly rewarded him being the best of the rest right now, only 1 point behind Nakib Aslan, so perhaps he may also be in that running for the overall championship here. But Nabil Aslan, the brother of Nakib, is also not too far behind, so we still see a potential for that sibling rivalry to still play out by the time we get into race 3.
All right, you know what, Victor, I'm really excited for the race 3 right now. And looking at the points, looking at how close they are to each other, it is why making this entire race 3 an epic battle for us to watch right now. Those who are watching on the social medias, make sure you guys are voting for your favorite and your most amazing driver that you're voting for today. But over here, those who are here in Sunway University, you guys are witnessing history right before your eyes, man. But what a race it has been in race 1, race 2 drama, full drama. But race 3, we are brewing that right now.
Yeah, we're going to be brewing a lot. They're going to be cooking so much, especially after an amazing race number 2, which has gone down really well with our fans here out on our social medias. Make sure you guys do share out this live stream. You don't want to miss this out.
Can you believe it, Victor? Yesterday we had almost 1 million views overall. Overall on our social media. So that shows, you know, we are growing bigger and bigger every year. So make sure if you guys are watching this live, make sure to share it to your friends and family, because this is where we are writing history in the e-racing competition in Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia.
Yeah, another page in the storybooks is going to be written right here, right now in race number 3. Here is the format we're going to be running with this race in particular. It's going to be a 30-minute race, so a bit more of endurance is going to be required, which is absolutely appropriate when you have a look at the racetrack as well as the car that we're going to be using here later on. The grid is going to be determined based on their round standing, so that means Iqbal Suji is going to be starting on the front row alongside Taj Izrin Aiman. Then you got Nakib Aslan alongside Chong Kai Chang as well in that regard. Then that's how they're going to start the race off. There is, of course, that minimum 1 pit stop between these drivers. They have a choice between the racing hards all the way to the racing softs, but they must use at least one of those compounds, the medium or the hard, during the race itself. The points very much is going to be what you guys remember, and the points still carry forward from race 2 itself. So it's still not just going to be a battle about out and out who wins this race alone. It's also going to come down to how many points they're able to earn here in order to differentiate themselves from the field, and that's where the bonus points for fastest lap and pole position does come into play.
Yeah, and right now we are back here in Daytona International Speedway, the home of NASCAR 500. But today we're going to be watching all of our amazing Toyota cars that will be fighting over here. But there you go, with 12 turns there, Victor, with 5.73 kilometers long. This is going to be the last battle for our races today.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's only 12 turns, but it's a super fast speedway here. I mean, it is in normal circumstances an oval track, but it does have a road course infield section, which is what the WEC cars do run. And in fact, it is a WEC car that will be run in this grand finals here. So a very familiar ground here, I think, for the car itself. Toyota Gazoo Racing has dominated the Daytona 24 Hours Rolex before, so this is the perfect kind of car to use on a track like this. The GR010 Hybrid is a hybrid LMP car, part of the LMDH division in the WEC. It's a very, very powerful machine, max power of 670 brake horsepower. In fact, it's only off of the 3.5 liter V6 engine. When you add on the electrification system that's built into this, that not only offers more power, but also offers another tool at the racer's disposal, as they can also manage the ERS in order to get themselves a bit of a boost on some of the faster sections of this track.
Oh man, I mean, every final race in this car, Victor, has always been a pleasure to watch. I mean, I think what else machine that you need to actually race in the grand final. This is the very best car for you to actually show your talent once and for all. But Victor, now, we're coming very close to the end, man. And I mean, my nerves are kicking in because, you know, this race, I've always looked forward for these kind of races, the adrenaline, the excitement, the thrill that these races bring into every season in and out. But man, I just can't wait to get things started right now.
Imagine if you're nervous, how nervous are going to be the actual finalists who are battling for the championship here. Remember, 25,000 ringgit is going to be offered to the pro champion, 1,500 ringgit here for the GT round champion itself. So lots of money to be taken, and it could come down to this one race alone. So much pressure on these drivers, but they are going to be ready to relish in that challenge right now, and we are going to be here to give you the deets as we go play by play.
I mean, one thing, even when you look at the tables, Victor, the overall result, you can look at how close they are to each other. So I really cannot say, you know, it's going to be this man's season, it's going to be that man's season, but no, it is all down to this one last race. The top 5, you guys got to go all out.
Yeah, the person to beat right now is Iqbal Suji. Like the fact that Taj Isrin, Ayman, and Nakib is going to be starting alongside and behind him, it's means that they are going to be in the best position here to try to challenge him for that lead coming into the start of the race. But this is going to be more of an endurance round. Like, we've got 5 extra minutes of running in this race 3 compared to the other races that we've had throughout this weekend here. So that's adding another factor here that they have to keep in mind as well when it comes to the pit strategy. Like when they need to make sure they have enough fuel to make it to the end. They need to plan exactly how they want to handle their pit stop, when exactly they do want to come in, what compounds they want to start. So many of these calculations have to be done here. But then now this is a final showdown here for our top 10 finalists, but only one is going to be the champion.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the, I would say, the actual marathon of the race there, Victor. 30 minutes long, so lots of strategies, like what you said, has been placed into all of these races right now. It is all down to them on how they're going to, you know, align with the hard work that they're going to bring into this race. Because it's definitely not going to be easy, but one thing for sure is that, you know, only the bravest and the boldest will be winning this.
Indeed, they will. So, wow, we'll let the drivers continue to try to get themselves a bit more practice here. I mean, they need that. They need that little bit of a warm out here to get themselves used to this track. It's significantly different compared to the other tracks we ran before, because those are more of F1 circuits, right? Whereas we're on a speedway like Daytona, the big banking, it's quite unintuitive to drive in the first place, because you would think, like, you know, if you're driving on the circuit, the inside line is usually the faster one, right? But Daytona is the opposite way around. The outside is actually a little bit faster because you can gain more momentum on the ovals. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're lined up for the start here, and now grand final race has come to this. In 2025, 10 drivers will take to the track, but only one will be the champion. Iqbal Suji in the lead here. He's having a little bit of a bad start compared to Taj Ayman, who's already getting the run up into him. Going to turn 1, Chong Kai Chang is also challenging Iqbal Suji for that position alone. It is going to be tricky as they swoop in here. These cars are extremely fast, but also extremely precise. It's getting very narrow here in the infield section. We're driving in the dark right now, so the headlights are on for all of the drivers here as Taj Ayman leads ahead of Iqbal Suji. Chong Kai Chang concedes a little bit of position, or will he concede a position, as Nakib and Nabil Aslan are trying to fight on their own here for that position. Nakib seems to have fallen back though. Doesn't look like he's in the top 3 at the moment, as Chong Kai Chang still remains up in front.
Well, it's going to be the huge challenge between this former champion there, Victor. I mean, don't let the calm face fool you, man. Iqbal is a former champion and a strategist. He doesn't shout with style. He stings when it matters. But right now, he got to chase the man that is holding this title right now. But then, here comes Nakib, who's in P9, Victor.
Yeah, I think it must have been pushed off early on. That ruffle going through turn 1, and unfortunately, it's lost out massively as a result. So Iqbal Suji and Chong Kai Chang remain in the running in front. Nakib's going to have a heck of a job right now to try to make his way back into the front.
Definitely, and right now Nakib still has a lot of things to work on there. He needs to climb the ladders again, and it seems like Nakib is way at the back, but the entire focus right now is going to be the man that is leading this race at this moment there, Victor. And it seems like Taj Ayman is just drafting away and away, but Iqbal Suji, you know, we have never seen this competition for a long time between Iqbal and also Suji there, Victor. I mean, Ayman and also Iqbal Suji, man, I'm going all around. But what a race it has been right now. It seems like he picked up a half-a-second penalty right now, Nakib.
Yeah, not exactly what he needs, especially when he needs to try to get himself back up into the front of the grid here. So he's going to have to do this purely on pit strategy alone, and things is certainly, this is not gone to plan here for Nakib Aslan. In the meantime, the plan's on here for Chong Kai Chang. He moves up a place to Iqbal Suji coming through that first turn, but it's still not quite done yet. Iqbal fights back in the hairpin on the next turn here, gets himself back up in front of Chong Kai Chang, but Chong Kai Chang still gets alongside. They will continue this battle on into the next turn as Taj Ayman pulls away into the distance here. Chong Kai Chang now blocks out Iqbal Suji into the next turn, needs to be able to hold him out here in order to be able to stay inside of P2.
Oh, you blink a little bit and off you go, and right now it seems like Chong Kai Chang that is the one that is going to be fighting alongside Iqbal Suji right now. Iqbal needs to find a way through, but what a moment there for Chong Kai Chang there, Victor. Towards the dark moments there, he immediately come out light, and he is in P2 at this moment. Iqbal Suji right now chasing down Chong Kai Chang. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it is a marathon. It is a long way to go with a really high-speed car on a really high-speed track as well. And let's see if there's going to be a moment for Iqbal Suji to make a move. And right now, still Chong Kai Chang holding on to it, and immediately shuts down the door right now there towards right now. And there's no way through for Iqbal Suji, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that he cannot afford to lose another place here, but even from his position, he may even lose out the total points tally here to Taj Aiman. So it's crucial for him to be able to not only catch up to, but also pass Chong Kai Chang here to keep his championship alive.
My eye there, Victor. I think Iqbal right now, he just need to be a little bit patient right now. It could be secret. And talking about secret, here we go. There, Iqbal Suji fighting side by side. And right now, he just could not find a way through. But just could not find through a way again there, Victor. Chong Kai Chang still defends his position and shuts down the door.
Yeah, Iqbal Suji went wheel to wheel just now, trying to get around the outside again on the banking there. The outside typically is faster, but Iqbal was really trying to get himself in that position to try to carry it forward into the first turn. Didn't quite work out though, because the first turn is inside the infield, not on the oval, so he does have to consider how exactly he wants to make it onto the inside of Chong Kai Chang the next time around.
Yeah, I would say the cold man right now, Iqbal Suji, going up against the Terminator. It's none other than Chong Kai Chang at the World Center of Racing Daytona. And right now, Chong Kai Chang is just still holding on to his lines right now, just not letting Iqbal Suji to get past. But right now, there might be another moment for Iqbal Suji to reclaim his P2. And he's trying to find a way through right now. Chong Kai Chang is still consistently holding on to it and not leaving any room for Iqbal Suji there, Victor. But then this fight is not over. We're going to be continuing watching this for a long time to come.
Coming into the Le Mans chicane, this is a very tricky part of Daytona, especially when you're already going maximum speed, pedal to the metal through the bank turn. Then you got to switch it around into the chicane and then back onto the banking once more here. Iqbal Suji tried to go around the outside of Chong Kai Chang, and again, Chong Kai Chang is just hugging the inside, making an impossible choice here for Iqbal. He does get alongside this time around. It's got himself way more momentum this time. Will be able to cut in front of Chong Kai Chang. It gets back up into P2.
He reclaims into P2 right now, but Chong Kai Chang is definitely one of the sharpest men on the track so far. He's definitely finding a way through again. But on the other side, Nabil is slowly coming there at the back there, Victor. He's just waiting for an opportunity to pounce.
Yeah, the thing is that in all honesty, the two of them, Chong Kai Chang as well as Iqbal, need to work together to lower down the gap, either through bump drafting or whatnot, in order to try to catch up to him, and then they will have a chance to actually fight for the title. But the thing is that as long as Taj Aiman remains in the lead of this race here, he's in full command and definitely in the best potential right now to actually regain the title.
Absolutely. So Iqbal Suji right now, we're on board with Chong Kai Chang, who's currently hugging into P3 right now. Nabil coming right at the back. Danish Vigneshwaran joins the battle as well, just trying to close the gap between each other. And Chong Kai Chang might be breaking through over here there, Victor. He's got the gap right now. It has turned to be Danish Vigneshwaran that will be chasing Nabil. And let's see if Chong Kai Chang is able to close the gap between Iqbal Suji, which is at 0.6 seconds at this moment.
I think it's actually wide enough, but right now we got a bit of side-by-side here. It's Danish Vigneshwaran going to battle Nabil into the Le Mans chicane. Danish does get past Nabil through the chicane there. Brilliant move so far. Needs to keep it together coming into the next banking here so they can confirm his position. And yes, he does confirm his move up into 4th place.
Chong Kai Chang, I mean, what a consistent racer he has been throughout the first round and round 2 then. Even in the quarterfinals to a semi-final, we have seen his hunger in his eyes right now. But talking about hunger right now, it is going to be Nabil Aslan that is putting all the pressure on Danish Vigneshwaran. The bullet of this entire competition is slowing things down over here. He's just trying to close the gap and not leave Nabil Aslan to find a way through.
Still attempting to try to find a way past, but to no avail. Nabil Aslan falls back now, about half a second behind Danish Vigneshwaran. Well, Danish is now trying to catch up to Chong Kai Chang here to try to make up a few places. Remember, it is not just the champion alone. There's also money to be won if they make a move up in the championships table here. So that's why fighting for these individual positions here is still very important for our top 10 drivers.
Now, two of these amazing drivers right now, Nabil Aslan and also Nakib right now holding on at things over here. Well, they are partnering up right now. They're Victor 5-6, position 5 and 6 right now. And let's see if there's something that they can come up with at this moment. Danish Vigneshwaran right now in P4. And at the moment, we are on board with Nabil. Let's see what he's able to do in the next coming turns.
Yeah. At the moment, though, on this banking here, I mean, you do get the slipstream effect, but I think Nabil is still a little bit too far behind here to actually enjoy that coming off a Danish
That's a boost,
car.
right?
Yes,
definitely going to be a boost.
there is an ERS. You can see on the bottom left there next to the tires, the battery indicators. Now that battery does get charged up as the drivers continue to run on the track here. That's thanks to the hybrid engine inside these GR010s. But the thing is that they do have to be very mindful about where and when they use it, because the battery does get used up very quickly as soon as they start to actually apply it during these kind of races here. Most likely they will try to use it in order to either patch up some mistakes coming out of corners, or especially along the backstretch of Daytona, where you can gain a lot more top speed coming out of the banking there. So they had to be very tactical in how to use it. Now, unlike with the Super Formula cars, you know, that has a very limited amount of boost determined by the extra added fuel. But this one, because the battery does recharge, they can go through different cycles of like discharging the battery and then recharging the battery again, and it's the tactical usage of that will make the difference here between these drivers.
Well, I believe that's the reason why we actually chose this entire mission right now. Danish right now might be trying to put a little bit pressure on Chong Kai Chang. And remember, we still have about 21 minutes left in this race. Those who are watching in our social media, make sure you guys are voting for your favorite racer in this Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia eRacing Esports GT Championship 2025. This is the grand finals, race 3 today. In this race, we will determine who will be crowned as the champion. Is it going to be the 4-time champion getting his 5th title, or it's going to be someone else that will be writing history?
And someone with a very long shot right now of this GT round is Nakib Aslan. He's already made up a couple of places, getting past both Chong Jin Bin as well as Lau Wei Kit to move up into 6th place here. So he's right behind his brother at the moment. And in fact, yeah, you can actually see him literally nipping at his own younger brother on the bank turn. Now they're going to be coming up into the main, I was going to say main straight, but it's really the main start line here for Daytona. He's already gaining so much here, doing a bit of bump drafting now. Like, this is exactly what he needs to do here, working together with his brother right now. They will go into the pit lane quite early on. Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji does at the same time. I think Chong Kai Chang and Danish will do so as well. All these drivers decide, yes, we're going to be taking this pit very early on. I mean, the tire
Look at the tires, actually, man.
The tire wear is actually a lot more aggressive on this race alone. So I think with the hard tires already being at this point here, the medium tires are definitely already worn out by this point.
Yeah, only Chong Kai Chang and also Danish is staying out right now, and let's see when they will be going into the pits. But strategic movement there by some of the racers there, Victor.
Yeah. So again, it's 8 times the simulation rate for tires and 6 times the simulation rate for fuel. But given that Daytona has these kind of bankings, the bank turns actually do wear out the tires way significantly compared to a normal circuit. So that's another factor that throws a bit of a wrench here when it comes to the pit strategy in this race. It's not like other typical circuits. The very speedway nature of Daytona changes the equations here for all 10 of our drivers.
Absolutely. So Chong Kai Chang right now still out on the track. I mean, looking at his performance there, Victor, I mean, of course he deserves it, but then looking at how things have been going in his entire history of racing, what do you think there, Victor, that he needs to improve on?
I don't know what else you need to improve on when it comes to luck, basically.
Because he goes out of luck most of the time, you know?
He gets out of luck, and I think what's really unlucky for him coming into race 3 is that he didn't manage to eke out a race win in either race 1 or 2. So he's really on the back foot when it comes to his championship hopes here. Maybe taking a win might be able to tip the balance in his favor, but that also depends on where Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji finishes. And with the pit stops now coming up for Chong Kai Chang and Danish, they're likely going to have to concede that lead now. So it's pretty much game on from this point. Iqbal Suji managed to get a good move onto Lau Wei Kit to retain his track position ahead of him as Lau Wei Kit himself dives into the pits. Nakib Aslan, I think, is still, he's still come out in 3rd position here, just behind Iqbal Suji. Still a bit of a gap between these 3 drivers, but at least Nakib has made a supreme recovery.
All eyes on Iqbal Suji for me, man, especially for me. I mean, what a performance he's been showing, especially in the grand finale. During the semi-finals, he looked a little bit bumpy, but then in the grand finals, he's just showing why he actually won this race back in 2022. Will he be able to repeat that today? That's going to be the biggest question we're about to find out.
Yeah, Nakib actually came out in the pits behind Chong Kai Chang, but also disrupts this battle that was going on, that was brewing between Chong Kai Chang and Danish before the pit lane here. So now Danish got another card he needs to be able to pass here if he wants to be able to get up in front, and that's adding a lot more to the obstacles in his way to also fight for the championship title here. Danish, because one gets onto the banking here, are going to be coming up soon into the back stretch. and into the Le Mans chicane, but Nakib is already pulling ahead here, it seems.
Yeah, Danish Vigneshwaran consistently being in the top 5 right now, and right now he's chasing one of the Aslan brothers, Nakib, who's in P4 at this moment. But Danish Vigneshwaran, Victor, you give him a chance, he's definitely going to pounce on you as well. But he needs to improve for certain things on this race so far, but we still have a long, long way to go.
So have a long way to go, but that definitely will help a lot here, because the more running time we have on the track here, the better it is for drivers trying to recover from a bad situation, and that's exactly the scenario here for Nakib Aslan. He's caught back up to Chong Kai Chang, getting a bit of a draft off of him as we get onto the start line here. Chong Kai Chang still hugging onto the inside here. He's got to be mindful about how he negotiates turn 1, tries to keep it nice and tidy here in defense, but Nakib does slip onto the inside and slips ahead of Chong Kai Chang, moves up into 3rd place, does Nakib Aslan.
Nakib Aslan with a wonderful overtake over there. That's a textbook overtake, I would say, man. And right now he's just trying to defend his position. But then somewhere we still see Danish Vigneshwaran and Chong Kai Chang trying to fight things back over here. And Chong Kai Chang, who's the man that is, I would say, the man of the moment for me there, Victor, because, you know, in the previous round he fought really hard, but then in this race might have the chance, but then he's just doing really, really well, but then it's just not, that luck is just not hitting him, man. That's the right word I want to put it.
So again,
I mean, what else he needs to try? What else he needs to try to prove, you know?
That's the thing. I mean, I guess if you want like a comprehensive answer to that, get a win in race 1 or race 2, which both Taj Aiman as well as Nakib have in their hands, so they stand a better chance to actually gain more in this GT round. So now Nakib is faced with the task of trying to narrow the gap between himself and 2nd place, but as they are still on the back straight, Iqbal and Taj Aiman's already gotten through the Le Mans chicane, so that just goes to show how long, how distant the gap is actually between 3rd and 2nd place. So Nakib Aslan has a really hard his really hard task ahead of him is to try to gain those amount of time in the next 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, 15 minutes left in this race for some of these races to actually close the gap right now. We're on board with Iqbal Suji, who's trying to chase the 4-time champion right now. He's slowly, definitely catching him right now. And this is going to be a battle between 2002 and also last year, 2024. And right now, Taj Isrin Aiman is still keeping himself in P1. He knows the pressure that is coming right behind him. And Iqbal Suji might be finding a way through over here there, Victor. This battle is something that I always wanted to watch.
This might be a chance right now for Iqbal Suji as he pushes ahead here, trying his very best to keep up with Taj Isrin Aiman. He's already closed the gap between the two of them. I think it was more than a second last time around. This time is within half a second, so Iqbal Suji feels that the time is right here to put a nice cap on this battle here. I mean, he's the one who broke the streak here for Taj Isrin Aiman. Is he going to be breaking it once more here in 2025?
Oh, who could expect that, Victor? Taj Isrin Aiman on his rearview mirror. It is the man that actually broke everything apart right now. Iqbal Suji, even in the interviews just now, he was really proud of what he did. And right now, he is chasing this man. He got a point to prove over here, and he's gaining and gaining. Might be making for a move right now. Taj Isrin Aiman immediately closes the door and trying to defend his position right now. But then seems like Iqbal Suji might have another chance once he comes over the next corner now.
It's going to be into turn 1. That's going to be for
Absolutely.
Iqbal has done it before with Chong Kai Chang. Let's see if we can do it again here. This time with Taj Aiman. Two former champions. One is defending, one wants to take it back again. And they're side by side right now as they get across the start line. Iqbal Suji that little bit ahead. He's already into the lead here to Taj Aiman into turn 1. What a brilliant move here from Iqbal Suji.
Well, there you go. That is what patience could actually do there, Victor. And Iqbal Suji immediately got into P1 right now. Taj Isrin Aiman drops into P2. He needs to fight back for his position. But Iqbal Suji, what a performance we are watching from the start of this entire campaign.
Yeah, he still has a lot of battery in his ERS right now, so can certainly defend against any challenges coming in from Taj Aiman. Meantime, what's happened here to Nakib Aslan? He lost position yet again coming out of turn 1. Chong Kai Chang is the one who is sitting in 3rd place right now with Danish following behind him. Has another mistake hit, or has Chong Kai Chang found another way to get past Nakib Aslan?
Yeah, Chong Kai Chang still right now hugging into P2. He got still 2 more headaches to actually deal with there, Victor. It's going to be Danish Vigneshwaran and also Nakib. Nakib falls all the way till P5. But Iqbal Suji right now clocks as the fastest man on the track so far. And let's see if he's able to find a way through. And Taj Isrin Aiman still trying to find a way to get back his position, which is P1.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky here. I mean, for these guys, they're 4 seconds behind Taj, Isrin, Ayman right now. One would hope that the two front runners will continue battling with each other to bring these guys within touching distance here. I mean, there's a slight variation in terms of their pit strategy, but for the most part, I think they can potentially bring these medium tires towards the end here, or at least will attempt to do so. Fuel-wise, well, that's going to be another interesting question, isn't it? Because they do spend a lot more fuel on this speedway type circuit where about 80% of the time you're just basically having your foot planted to the floor, so you're going to be guzzling up fuel very quickly, even in these hybrid engines. Meantime, though, Danish is doing whatever he can right now to close the gap between himself and Chong Kai Chang. Not quite enough, though, to catch him in turn 1, but then again, he's looking like he's getting closer and closer inside the infield section, so this could be an interesting one to watch.
Chong Kai Chang right now still trying his very best to actually defend his position. Danish Vigneswaran closing the gap slowly and steadily. Looking at how things on this time management, the Victor still looking pretty good there. And right behind there, we see Nakib Aslan joining the attack as well.
Yep, he's attempting to try to regain those track positions that he lost. I mean, again, he had a terrible start to the race here when he dropped down to 9th position coming out of turn 1. And no doubt there may have been contact involved in that one there. So he's going to have to just temper those frustrations right now, keep his head down, and try to do his very best to gain some positions. He's actually gaining onto Danish right now. He's coming onto the back straight. Could this be another moment to pass here for Nakib Aslan?
Yeah, Nakib Aslan might be making a move. He's just trying to look on the inside right now, but then it seems like over this corner over here, there's no way through there. Victor Danish ran that really well and closes the door. Oh, he loses a little bit of a momentum. Could that be a chance for Nakib to actually capitalize on? And right now, there you go. This is the man that we've all been watching throughout this entire race. He has been pretty unlucky in the first race, but right now in race 3, he got something to prove. But Danish Vigneswaran, I mean, all of these races got a lot of experience there, Victor. You know, they're not here on the first time basis or second time. They've been competing among each other for many years. So it's kind of like they know each other's strategies and also know each other really well.
Well, so speaking about that strategy, we got a second pit stop coming out here for Iqbal Suji, for Nakib Aslan, Nabil, and Chong Jin Bin. That's why I was looking at the fuel levels, and I feel that that was not going to be enough for some of these drivers, and indeed that does confirm my suspicion here. Iqbal Suji is already getting himself fueled up, so he may be amongst the first to jump out of the pits here. Only goes out with 55% fuel, goes on the hard tires, it seems, so that will be interesting. Given there's only another 10 minutes of running here, perhaps you might be thinking more about trying to finish the run up here. But what will Taj Ayman decide here? Because again, there's only a minimum 1 pit stop that is required for this race. You don't have to take another pit stop unless you don't have enough fuel or tires to run it. And some of these drivers have decided to go for that second pit stop here, no doubt to try to underfuel themselves here to keep the cars light in order to ensure that they can continue to fight all the way. But if Taj Ayman has set himself up here for a one-stop strategy, that could be the ticket for him to take the win.
Man, and right now we're on board with this man, and Danish Vigneswaran, a close competitor throughout the seasons now, and right now he's just trying to find a way through into P2. He's still in the podium position there, Victor, but then he's really fighting for it, and you know, who knows, his luck could be good and things could change around, but Chong Kai Chang is the one that needs to be really consistent. He's been really sharp throughout this entire race, but he knows the pressure that is coming right behind the Danish Vigneswaran closing in. But right now we're going to go into the pits.
Yeah, into the pits we go. So it is confirmed a 2-stop strategy for all of our runners here. Taj Ayman also inside the pits as well with only 8% of fuel left. Iqbal Suji is coming up to the start-finish line here. This is going to be very tight between the two of them. This is where the choices they've made in their pit strategy is going to come to fruition. Iqbal Suji on the verge here of overtaking Taj Ayman, and does overtake him out of the pit lane. Iqbal Suji is back in the lead. Nakib Aslan comes out in second place here, having pitted earlier on. Taj Ayman has already got his fuel up. He's coming out of the pit lane right now. Will be coming out just ahead of Danish Vigneswaran as well as Chong Kai Chang.
Oh, Victor, I mean, another 9 more minutes to go, and we already know who's holding the pen so far. But Iqbal Suji is the man that is really putting entire amazing performance over Tajis Renaiman. It does not look really good in this part where his strategy was coming out. But then let's see there, Victor. We might be in for surprises in the next closing minutes.
Yeah, Iqbal has plenty of battery here. He's going to be using a little bit of it to try to maintain that gap between himself and Taj Ayman. He knows that as long as he finishes ahead of Taj Ayman, he will be guaranteed the winner. And what better way to stay ahead of him than to actually win race number 3 outright here. Taj Ayman has quite the job ahead of him. He does take up the medium tires actually coming out of the pit lane, so softer than what he had earlier on. Iqbal, I think, is running on the hard tires as I saw earlier, so there may be a slight tire advantage going Taj Ayman's way, and that might be the crucial difference right now between these two drivers.
I imagine that Victor, 4 times champion. I mean, he knows in and out of this, but then Daytona is a whole different place of racing right now, and it maybe might be, you know, the strategy didn't really work out for him.
Well, I mean, again, he got passed by Iqbal Suji.
That's the one I'm talking about, yeah.
First and foremost. But this time around, like, he made the choice to go on the medium tires here in this final stint. So we'll see whether or not they will pay off in the long run. But it still remains to be seen in the next 6.5 minutes that remains in this race alone. Chong Kai-Chang, in the meantime, still having to fend off Nakib Aslan, who's 1.5 seconds behind. In fact, actually, Chong Kai-Chang is actually catching up to Danish because Warren in that regard, 0.8 seconds behind him. So he's still very much a long shot, really, when it comes to the championship alone, especially with Iqbal and Taj Ayman being up in front. But at least in the battle of wits here between himself and Danish, well, Danish has finally found a way to be just ahead of him coming out of this final stint here. But Chong Kai-Chang now has an opportunity to try to put him out of the podium position.
Yep, 7 minutes to go, 7 minutes to decide who will be the winner of this race 3. If you just tune in, this is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia eRacing Esports GT Championship 2025, and we are coming almost towards the end of race 3, the grand finals of this season. You have seen so many seasons, so many champions, but right now it is the former champion versus the defending champion in our hands right now. Iqbal Suji in P1, P2 for Taj Izrin Ayman. Can Taj somehow makes it into P1, or it's going to be Iqbal Suji that could be breaking another streak again in this season?
Well, we'll see. I mean, Taj Ayman is actually catching Iqbal Suji in that last lap, bringing that gap down from 1 second now to half a second, and Iqbal is already attempting to break the toe just now on the back straight. Taj Ayman still also has a battery power that he can use as a boost right now in order to catch up, but so does Iqbal Suji. The two of them have to be very tactical about how to use it, but he's getting closer and closer with each corner here, and especially with the tire advantage that I seem to see here from Taj Ayman's side. He's already making full use of that in order to try to catch up to our current race leader.
He's trying his very best, Victor, to close the gap right now. Iqbal Suji is trying to run away from Taj Izrin Ayman, because we know when Taj comes into the first position, it's really difficult to actually shake him off. But Iqbal Suji managed to do that in this race, but for how long he can hold on, that is going to be the biggest question. 5 minutes left in this race so far. Danish Vigneshwaran caught up into the third position right now. Chong Kai-Chang in P4 has been fighting really well throughout this entire competition. But talking about competition, it's always going to be these two there right now, Victor.
Yeah, well, look at that, so much closer this time around as they come onto the back end of Daytona and into the back straight. Taj Ayman will have a draft right now. Look at that, he's gaining and gaining and gaining onto Iqbal Suji. He might try to make the pass here. Where is he going to try to do it? A bit of a bump from behind there allows Iqbal Suji to still stay ahead going into Le Mans curves, but that could be the warning shot right now from Taj Ayman to say that this is going to be what he will try to do now. Attempting to come around to the next banking here. The start line is coming up soon here. Still have another 4 minutes running, so maybe another couple of laps to go in this race here, and things are looking very tight now between the two of them. And Iqbal, even though he had an advantage coming out of the pits here, now the advantage is all but gone. Taj Izrin Ayman now trying to look away around outside here. Iqbal Suji tries to weave there, tries to hold him up, under braking there. Iqbal attempts to try to keep Taj Ayman away, but Taj is getting his nose slightly ahead and alongside. Into the next turn he goes, and he's back into the lead. Taj Ayman does.
Man is back in mission, but then it seems like Iqbal Suji trying to fight really hard right now. They're Victor, 2 champions, 1 final race, 1 final moment, and Taj Izrin Ayman made the surprise and got into P1 right now. Iqbal Suji needs to do something about this unless a miracle happens in the next couple of minutes, but Taj Ayman reclaiming back. This is absolutely cinema, man.
It's going to be all about the ERS at this point now, because Taj Ayman has made full use of that tire advantage here against Iqbal Suji, not only to take the lead, but now it's trying to pull away from him. That gap is now up to almost 1 second. A bit of a snap there from Taj Ayman as we get onto the banking once more. Iqbal Suji is now desperate to try to claw it back here, but that gap is slipping and slipping away as time goes on.
Absolutely. Now, Taj Aiman is still in P1 right now. No one is actually trying their very best to shake his entire history of 2020, 2021, 2023 and 2024 and could be 2025. Arguably the greatest man, the greatest showman of this entire racing there, Victor, unless we see something happen in that final moments. 3 minutes to go. Well, this is it, man.
This is it here. I mean, we're coming up to the line very soon here. We still have another 2 minutes, so maybe one more lap to go here between these drivers. You can see Danish Wickenswara in the background there, I think pretty solidly in the podium position here. But Taj Aiman, having taken the lead of this race, is now trying to pull away as much as he can from Iqbal Suji to build a bit of that buffer and to guarantee his win here in race number 3.
Yep, 4 titles behind him and only the 5th one right now waiting at the checkered flag there, Victor. But then there's still one more or 2 more laps to go. But what a performance Taj Aiman has been putting on there.
Well, he just needs to hang on here.
Yeah, just hang on.
And just ensure that he makes doesn't put a foot wrong, doesn't make any mistakes at all here for Iqbal Suji to capitalize on. But again, the medium tires may wear out a lot faster here compared to the hard, so that could be another factor here that Iqbal Suji is no doubt very cognizant about. So again, Taj Aiman needs to use like the skills that he has that's allowed him to dominate the Gran Turismo scene here, which is smooth driving and like signature precision that he does here, and that precise is going to come into play here as we get into the final laps of this race.
I mean, how many platforms do you need there, Victor? You know, we can a whole different format right now, and right now he's back in his home ground in Gran Turismo 7, and he's just showing why he absolutely dominates this entire scene, just like what you put it earlier on. I guess we are at the final lap very soon there, Victor. We're closing in towards 30 minutes mark right now.
It's getting onto the mark, and it's cutting it a bit close, but I think he might be able to go for one more lap here, which may give a bit more reprieve here for Iqbal Suji. So across the line he goes. Yep, it is a final lap. Here we started now for Taj Izrin Aiman. Iqbal Suji tries to close it under braking, but also watch out for Danish. He's also closing the gap now between himself and Iqbal Suji. So perhaps another good strategy call there from Danish, allowing him to come alive here in the final moments of this race. Look at that, braking extremely late there does Danish Wickenswara as he attempts to catch up here to Iqbal Suji.
Taj Izrin Aiman right now is just one more lap away, and this is the final lap actually, and he's just going to just be calm and collected there, Victor, you know, and then you're definitely winning it. But man, what a history is writing, man. 2023, 2024, and right now maybe 2025. Crazy, isn't it? I mean, you know, I just can't put it to, you know, professional word for this, man, but this is an incredible performance. You're watching history right behind right in front of your screen right now, man. Oh, I just cannot put into words to this there, Victor.
I mean, this is a long time coming, isn't it? I mean, Taj Aiman, a champion 4 times, 2 times in a row for the most part. This year might make it a 3rd as he comes into the Le Mans chicane, still keeping himself calm and cool, still keeping himself focused at the task on hand. Coming around to the final banking onto the front stretch. This is crucial right now. He still maintains that gap. He's not giving the toe here to Iqbal Suji, who is not able to catch up at all in spite of the ERS. The medium tires are still looking good now as he gets onto the front stretch. The checkered flag in sight right now as Taj Aiman takes the win in our grand finals race number 3.
Looks absolutely unstoppable. Taj Izrin Aiman, what a drive, what a win, what a race. Iqbal Suji fought really hard, but then he got into P2. Danish Wickneswara makes it up into P3. Chong Kai Chang into P4, and Nakib Aslan in P5. P6 for Nabil Aslan. Victor, I am running out of words for this performance, man, because every year we have been seeing this performance, you know. You just put him in anywhere and he'll come in into P1 or P2. He'll definitely hunt for you at that checkered flag, and that is Taj Izrin Aiman. This is he is the benchmark of this entire tournament there, Victor. I mean, everyone is chasing to become him right now.
Yeah, everyone was chasing him just like on the track here, practically. What a great way to visualize that, isn't it? I mean, we had an amazing amount of battles here. I mean, we got 2 champions, you know, Iqbal Suji being a 1-time champion, Taj Aiman being a 4-time champion. It's an absolute battle of wits here, I would have to say, for this race alone. because it came down to, like, I think the tire advantage maybe, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Iqbal Suji came into the last stint with hard tires maybe, but that still like allowed Taj Izrin Aiman to slowly gain on him in the final laps, and I was hoping that Iqbal Suji would be able to defend a little bit longer, but again, just slingshotting around from the outside there. Massive move there from Taj Izrin Aiman, and we're taking that win there. This is going to have a massive implication right now for the championship, as we will later on get to that official result.
All right, so let's have a look on the provisional result. Taj Izrin Aiman reclaiming his position back in P1, Victor, despite losing it at some point to Iqbal Suji, but Iqbal Suji still manages to make it into P2, P3 for Danish Vigneshwaran, Chong Kai Chang in P4 there, P5 for Nakib Aslan, and also Nabil Aslan. Two of these brothers dropped into 5 and 6 there, Victor. Chong Jun Bin, the latest addition in our grand finals, makes it up into P7, P8 for Sony Kazu. We saw lots of amazing moments from him in the semi-finals and the finals of the 1 and 2, but right now things changed over here, and P9 for Putra Azwira, and our Batman of this TGR, it is going to be Wayne Go on P10.
Yeah. And crucially, like, Danish Vigneshwaran does get the fastest lap point here, so I think it's going to be very close in terms of the overall result. It may even be a requirement for a tie break between the two of them, but safe to say, Taj Aiman has officially won 2 races in this instance here, so if anything, well, we'll have to see once the actual points come out and the official results, mind you, gets tallied out, because there's still definitely going to be incidents that will be investigated by our stewards, and that's still running very much in the background right now as we speak.
Absolutely, man. I think I got one more question to ask you there, Victor. If he actually wins this 5th title, right, is he arguably the greatest driver of TGR eRacing series?
I mean, again, like, you asked me the same question about yesterday in terms of, like,
because that time you gave a very political answer, you know.
Fair enough,
yeah, but right now, yeah.
I don't know, like, again, greatest of all time. I mean, come on, who else has 5 titles to the name, you know? Like, Taj Izrin Aiman has done so much, just dominating year after year, and right now, you know, if he on that verge right now, getting that 5th title here, if effort has proved enough here, why he's the best, I think this is probably the best proof right now to show that he might just be the GOAT.
For sure. So we got lots of things coming out, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be with our main man on the stage to walk us through on what actually happened with the drivers. Mr. Faisal, on to you.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Victor. Talking about Victor, we've got a victory right here that we need to talk about. All right, so Taj, before we get into the race, I just want to ask, how are you feeling right now?
Feeling relief after the first race. I did my mistakes on qualifying, but I think all of it pretty satisfied, because the last race is all that matters, that you need to execute on the last final corner.
I understand. By the way, for those of you watching at home on Facebook, do comment down below if you think Taj did an amazing job. Please forgive him if he looks a bit tired and he's not smiling like he just won a victory. It's because he was so tired. Imagine this, I was walking up here and he looked at me like, dia betul penat ni. Alright, so Taj, I want to ask, what was your expectation, experience going into race number 3? Because you know Iqbal was right there, right there, and he's coming, he's gunning for you, boy. So how was your feeling towards race 3, and what was your experience actually going through it?
Yep, to be honest, I just wanted to finish the race. If I could place myself in top 3 is one of the reward as well. And I obviously, I really try my best as well. Iqbal, Danish here, and as well, to be honest, my pace wasn't there, but the strategy is paid off. But I can see Danish from behind and Kai Chang, they try to catch us, but to be honest, my pace wasn't there, but it's a bit, I would say it's because it's threat as well.
So would you say that experience, although you know your other racers raced really well, but do you believe that your experience won you this race, or what other factors do you feel won you this race, the final race of the day?
I think I don't think so that because of the experience is only because maybe the final decision that we have to make. As well, everyone's here train hard. They're pushing their limits and put it hundreds of hours on practicing. I think the numbers of the experience else, I think that's not even counted. None. Never. Yeah.
Cool. And also one of the best things we heard the commentators say, I think it was either Matthew. Matthew said that since it's race 3, this is a bit of an endurance race, 15 laps. Do you prefer a shorter race or do you prefer long races like this where small mistakes in each lap finally will cause a problem towards the end of the lap? Or do you prefer like quick, fast laps?
For me, every kind of race, as a racer, every kind of race they have to adapt. Even though a short race or a long race, it's just the challenge that we have to take during the race as well. So that's the beautiful of how you get into the endurance short race, even though a long race. So yeah.
All right, fantastic. And you've shown your might today with your adaptability, be it a short race or an endurance race. Thank you so much, Taj. I wish you all the best. We will be tallying up the points a bit later. But right now, we're going to go to our second interview, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head on over to sim number 9 as we talk to Iqbal Suji. All right, where's my man, Mr. Iqbal? Alright, Iqbal. Alamak, brotherku, apa khabar? Macam mana? To be honest, right, when I was watching it, I was looking at you, I was like, wow, I think Iqbal got this. You know, this year, this might be the year for you again. How did you feel? You know, like coming into race 3, how was the pressure? I can still, you're shaking a little bit here. How was the experience going into race 3?
Well, it was quite an enigma, I would say, because the race start was a bit of a mystery because you're starting on the banking. So I personally couldn't tell how will be everyone's behaviors. And turns out I got a short end of the straw. My start wasn't really that good, so I got compromised in my first stint. But we tried to make it work. Earlier in the practice, I saw my pace was definitely up there. It's just that little bit of incidents at the first stint kind of messed me up. But I mean, I'll take a P2. I'm quite satisfied with it.
Okay, yeah. Talking about the mistakes that you made, right? Like, do you believe that it's because it's an endurance race, it's the final race here in the grand finals, you've gone through qualifiers? Do you think it's a mental thing or you're a bit tired? Or do you think it's because of the type of car or the racetrack?
I wouldn't really say one is a specific factor. It's a combination of all that. Each factor, like you said, you know, the mental game, the opponents, the tires. I think all of it compiles everything into one, you know, major, conundrum during the first stint. But in the end, I think being able to fight back and at least hold until P2, I think it's quite good already for me.
All right, congratulations on P2. Final question for my man, Mr. Iqbal. Do you believe the quality of drivers has gone up since the last time you were champion of GT Championship brought to you by TGR?
Definitely. I can see this year it's not really an argument, I think it's a matter of fact that it's the toughest competition thus far. Again, congratulations to everyone, to my compatriots, to Taj, Dennis, Kai Chang, Nakib, Nabil, Wiki, Jimbin, Putra, and I hope I haven't missed out everyone, but if I do, I'm sorry. But everyone here in the finals have proven their mettle today, that Malaysia is truly becoming more competitive, and I would argue probably the best in the region.
Yep. What he said is true, definitely. Remember, top 3 of our GT Championship 2025 will be able to qualify to our Asia Regional in Bangkok. So hopefully, I'll see you in Thailand, buddy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our final interview of the day. Let's head on over to sim number 1. We're heading over to Danesh. Back to sim number 1. Alamak, apa khabar, Danesh? What's up, brother? How you doing? How you feeling today?
Well, honestly, not too good. I mean, the first 2 races didn't go as planned. I mean, I incurred some post-race penalties for a lot of, racing incidents, yeah. But I got a podium in the last race. I mean, it was okay, but I know it's not enough for the points in the standings.
Right, so a lot of us were watching and we've seen how well. In fact, the top 3 was very competitive. I think you can even put in Kai Chang up there. He was also racing his ARA, one of the best racers out here today. Do you believe you deserve the spot that you get, or do you believe that you deserve to be higher?
Well, I think considering everything that happened today, I mean, this is I'm pretty happy to actually finish P3, considering you know, everyone in the top 6 has a chance for this competition today. So yeah, I think I feel pretty good actually for P3, but you know, I look back and always tell myself what could have been, you know.
Correct. Like what could have been, right? So if you could turn back time, final question, if you could turn back time, what would you have done different? Be it yesterday during our semi-finalists or today during race 1, 2 or 3, what could you have done different, I mean, outside of the game to prepare you better for race 3?
I think just take a more react approach. I think I was stressing myself out too much, trying to practice and trying to nail everything when there's other factors that could come into play. So I have to take a, you know, try and learn again, keep learning from this, and yeah, try and come back stronger next year.
All right, thank you so much, Danesh. By the way, remember, top 3 will be going to our Asia Regional Finals in Bangkok, Thailand. I wish you all the best, Danesh. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the race. Let's have a look at the highlights of race 3. Take it away, Matthew. Take it away, Victor.
All right, lots of interesting takes from our races today, especially in the grand finals. Many opinions that we saw throughout the interviews, but right now, Victor, it is all about the highlights on what actually happened in this race 3. Drama after drama, but this track just showed us, you know, who really stands out.
I wanted to actually see where exactly what happened with Nakib Aslan. Unfortunately, I don't think the replay actually caught what exactly happened, but yes, Iqbal's race didn't go off for a good start there because he got already caught up by Taj Aiman immediately from the get-go, and that kind of compromised whatever plans he may have had there, so he had to really adapt on the fly, but adapt he surely did here. I mean, again, passing around the outside, as I mentioned, you know, the banking, the outside of the banking is way more advantageous, you know, in terms of speed, so that was what Iqbal was able to use in order to be able to get ahead of Chong Kai Chang that time. Nakib Aslan, you know, had a way more terrible start to his race there when he dropped all the way down to 9th position and possibly out of contention with the front runners of this race.
This is the moment where he actually overtook Taj Aiman there, Victor.
Yeah, this was one of the moments there for sure. Iqbal Suji again using the outside of the banking there in order to cut in front of Taj Aiman, and eventually had to continue the fight there even through the pit stops eventually. But then this was where Taj Aiman eventually got back onto him, doing an almost similar kind of thing as well. I mean, it's really that position there right out from the front stretch that allows for this kind of overtaking maneuvers, and ever since Taj Aiman got that lead there, he was able to hold on to that and eventually turn that into a win here in race number 3.
What a race, man. I mean, Taj Aiman has been an incredible driver throughout the season, and right now he's just one moment away, I guess, until we announce the actual results, who actually won the championship. Well, Victor, I mean, race 3 is done. What is your final thoughts on this, man?
Wow.
Because every season we have different drama. So for this season, what is your conclusion on it?
It's incredible. Like the level of racing we've seen just been notched up year after year after year. I mean, it's great to see that we had newer competitors in the mix, but you know, even someone as strong as Nakib Aslan still had to fight so hard in order to be able to get through, and even at the very end of it, still misses out on the podium in this race number 3 itself. And this just goes to show, like, sometimes, you know, when it comes to being the best at this particular game, it can come down to, you know, your skills, your preparations, but there's also that little bit of element of luck that sometimes you need in order to work your way. So I think in essence, it's still a fantastic show. Like, especially race number 2 was absolutely cooking when it comes to the action, especially towards the end. And this race as well, like race number 3, absolutely delivered in terms of being able to see all these former champions and returning champions being able to fight against each other, newcomers versus versus like long-time competitors.
The old gods, yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible. Like certainly the level of talent that we have here in Malaysia is just continuing to grow, and thanks to programs like this, you know, with the TGR, with their eRacing championships, and also with the TGR rookies, you know, we're just showing to the world that Malaysia has a lot of very talented drivers, and what better way to show that than on the track.
Absolutely, we are always growing, always developing new talents, and also the greatest among the greatest in this. So right now we're going to be having a look on what actually happened last year in the TGR Asia. Let's go.
That is the way to overtake. Then Reyes has got to get a drive out. Reyes up to PC.
Look at that drive. That was a very good exit from Pratama that time around. And he is much closer to Kai.
The checkered flag ahead of him. He's on to the home straight now. Taj Iman.
It's the Toyota Gazoo Racing GT Cup Asia 2024.
The entire experience, Toyota, personalized shirts, merchandise, beautiful.
Oh, it goes very, very high.
Coming up to the banking, this is going to end in tears.
Around the outside and the high banking, then tries to switch back on the inside. Then as we come through is the victory. Going very wide there is Iman. Remember, we're looking for smiles, joy, emotion and excitement. I think we've got that, especially with that battle for P4 where Iguchi just loses out to Abdul Ali. Ishibashi is closing up. He's trying to make it for the victory. Goes to Andy T. Ishibashi, 8/10 down.
Nearly 5 tenths faster than Alvin's time here. He went wide into the barriers and oh no.
By the proverbial country mile, he's nearly 11 and a half, 12 seconds clear of everybody else. Danish Wignaswaran takes the victory.
There are only 2 spots for the GR GT Cup Global Finals 2024 happening in Amsterdam, Europe. All 15 drivers will be competing for the individual championship. It will be based on accumulated scores across 3 races.
Race number 1.
It is the GR Yaris RZ High Performance 2020.
The car around, too much on that from Moreno.
Race 1 was very entertaining. Rama was really dominant in the rally race.
The races that I think it was mostly unpredictable because you will never know who's going to be first or you never know who's going to be last.
I wish Team Malaysia good luck and Malaysia boleh.
Okay, let's focus on the race format for race number 2. We are underway.
And here comes Volkswagen onto the inside, coming to turn number 1, then hits the boom.
And Fabrice has been very competitive today.
Read what happens to that one.
Pratama comes and takes the victory. Final race.
And after that, once the rain comes by, they'll try to see whether they can fit that stretch. High jump, spins him around, falls all the way to the bank. That is not going to be on here after this, especially given the fact that
it's going to take the win. And Taj Iman from Malaysia is going to be the champion of GT Cup Asia 2024.
I don't think we can even get an interview with him right now. They know this moment means a lot for everybody involved in the Malaysian contingent. Kai Chang as well.
To crown our champion, Taj Iman.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now is the moment you've been waiting for. We have just finished our final race of the day, but we are not done yet. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to present the prizes, a show of appreciation to all our drivers here today. And to present our prizes, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite up on stage representatives from Toyota Motors. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to our General Manager of UMW Toyota Motors, Mr. Nicky Lim. Welcome, Mr. Nicky. Welcome, welcome. Selamat datang, selamat datang. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to be giving prizes to not only our champions, but to also our campus tour. Welcome, Mr. Nicky. How are you? I'm feeling good. Thank you so much for having me, yes. Thank you so much for having me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to invite up on stage Director of UMW Toyota Motors. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Miss Lee Suk Kim. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our first prize giving today. Hi, Miss. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Thank you so much once again for joining us here today. For those of you on Facebook Live, don't forget to chat who your favorite drivers are. All right, we shall be ready. I will leave my VVIPs here as I stand here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now calling upon P10 for our media drivers today. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Sophia Nabila Muhammad Najmi. Apa khabar, Sophia? Tak apa, our exhibition race, she did really well. Congratulations, Kak Sophia, representing Chari Cars. All right, thank you so much, Kak Sophia. All right, next up. All right, thank you so much. All right, next up, P9. Let's welcome Muhammad Naif Naili Rozaini, representing Siakap Keli. Welcome, welcome. Although it's just an exhibition race, from the race itself, you can see how serious it was. Thank you so much, Naif. Thank you, thank you. Next up, he will not be joining us at P8. Lim Kian Bang will unable to join us here today, but he is at P8. So, okay, we're going to continue moving on to P7. Kang Seong representing Eat, Sleep, Tugay. Welcome, 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 sir. Thank you so much for joining us here today. That was an amazing race all of you did today. Next up here, we have P6. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kabilan Gopal, representing the Speeding Mole. Kalau kita translate bahasa Melayu, ialah tai lalat laju. Alright, next up, ladies and gentlemen, P5. Zoe Zara Low. Welcome, Zoe. Actually, if you watched our race live, there was a cam looking at Zoe's face. She was quite disappointed in the accident that she had during the race. Okay, we still have next year for her to try and compete at our exhibition media race. Next up, P4. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Muhammad Amirul Sarkawi. Welcome, welcome, Media 4 Wheels representative. Yes, I love his gaya with the hat and the hair. Well, basically, I'm jealous with everyone that has hair. Okay, next up, we've got our top 3. Coming in P3, Lee Yat Kian. Welcome, welcome, sir. Representing Trent Grind. That's right. And now, our P2, Muhammad Farid Awaluddin. We actually had a bit of chat with Farid. Farid actually plays some eSIMs at home, so that is why probably he's got his hours in eSIM racing. And now coming in at number 1, ladies and gentlemen, give it up. This is our exhibition race media champion, Muhammad Hanif Suib. Let's go, representing N Gear. Congratulations, congratulations. What an amazing driver, such a humble and nice man to boot. All right, we would like to invite all our other drivers to come back to our main stage to take a wonderful group photo. All right, so let's have the VIPs in the center. Yeah, let's have the VIPs in the center. That's right. Okay, number 1 on the right, number 2 on the left. Okay, we've got our champions. We've got our drivers. Everyone is ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, are we good? All right, on the count of 3, I will say TG and everybody say R, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. TG! TG! That's what we want to see. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round sound of applause to our media drivers. All right, we would like to request that our VVIPs stay on stage as we continue to our prize-giving ceremony. And thank you so much to all our media drivers. Thank you, thank you. Have a wonderful day, and thank you for joining us. Next up is our special race campus tour prize presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be giving out our prizes for all our campus tour drivers. Coming in at number 10, ladies and gentlemen, P10, Nur Dayana Zailani from IACT College. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, colleges is not just about studying, it's to gain knowledge and pursue your career, be it eSIM racing or being a doctor. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again to Nur Diana. Next up at P9, we have Pei Jin Yao. Welcome, welcome from TGR University College. Congratulations, congratulations. All right, next up, let's go. P8, Jonathan Siu Yung Hong from Asia Pacific University. Is it me or all college students look so young nowadays? Jealous lah, eh? Okay, next up, P7. Give it up for Joshua Ui Jia Jun from Polytechnic Ungku Omar. And now, P6, representing Sunway University home ground, Zeth Yuan. All right, for P5, ladies and gentlemen, Inti International College Subang, Seth Sanjay. Welcome, welcome, Seth Sanjay. Selamat datang, selamat datang. We can actually see some disappointment in his face. He definitely wanted number 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are reaching very close to our top 3. P4, Song Bao Sheng, all the way from City University, Johor Bahru. It's good to see Johor drivers. All right, top 3, ladies and gentlemen. P3, give it up for Jordan J. McNeil from Inti International College, Subang. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, 1,000 ringgit prize money. Second runner-up for our campus tour. Welcome, Jordan. Thank you so much for joining us here today. And our P2, Devesh Jiva from St. Michael's Institution. The youngest driver here, ladies and gentlemen. Cannot like that, cannot like that. He has driven hard and strong. And now, our champion for our special race campus tour. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Randy Go from Inti International College, Subang. See? I say it right. All look young. Congratulations once again. Let's call upon all our drivers and take a wonderful group photo, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, once again, Sunway University, come on. I know you can clap louder than that. A round of applause to all our campus tour drivers. All right, what a wonderful photo. What a wonderful photo we have here today. Okay. Wait, we have one more missing. Fighting. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a wonderful group photo of our campus tour winners. All right, on the count of 3, TGR, boleh? All right, ready? 1, 2, 3, TG! TG! All right, once again, a round sound of applause to our campus tour champions. All right, thank you so much, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, also we would like to say thank you to our VVIPs, Mr. Nikki Lim and Miss Lee Suk Kim. Thank you so much. Round sound of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our VVIPs. Wow, what an amazing time we've had. That was our campus tour and media drivers. But now it is the moment everyone has been waiting for. The points have been tallied. Let's pass it over to our casters, ladies and gentlemen, Matthew and Victor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Faisal. And this is the race results of the Grand Finals Race 3. Tajis Naiman with 25 points in this race. And Iqbal Suji with 18 points. Danish Vigneshwaran closing in on the podium position as well in P3 with 16 points. Break it through the rest there, Victor.
Yeah, Chongkai Chan, best of the rest here in P4. Nakib Aslan makes it to the P5 despite a horrible start, finishing ahead of his younger brother Nabil Aslan with 8 points to his name. Chong Jin Bin makes it to P7 here in the final race, giving him 6 points in this championship. Lao Wei Kit makes it up to P8 here with 4 points, and Pujas Shah Hazam makes it P9 with 2 points, and Wingo rounds it up for our grand finalists here. And now, wow, now that we already know the official results here for race number 3, now we have a look at the Esports GT Championship standings overall here, and here is how it's going to be. So we're going to have a look right now on the P4 down to P10. So Nakib Aslan didn't quite make it up there onto the top 3, but he does beat his brother here by, what is that, I think it's 7 points there, yeah, or 8 points there ahead of Nabil Aslan. Danish Warren makes it up to P6, so he was actually tied in terms of points, but Nabil Aslan will take P5 due to the higher finishing position. Chong Jun Bin makes it to P7 in his first ever Grand Finals appearance, so kudos to the youngster who's only 19 years old. Lao Wei Kit makes it into P8, Wayne Go makes it P9, and Putra rounds it up in P10. And now, we're going to have a look at our top 3. So, our second runner-up in our Esports GT round is Chong Kai Chang with 42 points, a single point separating both him and Nakib Aslan to take P3.
What a competition he had right now for the runner-up. Let's go and have a look on. Oh, there you go, Victor. It is Iqbal Suji, the first runner-up with 59 points and 1 point difference. Taj Izrin Aiman will be the winner there, and he stands in P1. What a moment for these races over here.
Yeah, what a moment and what a close championship. I mean, there's 1 point difference between Taj as well as Iqbal, a 1 point difference between Chong Kai Chang and Nakib Aslan. But guaranteed right now that the lineup, the same lineup that won us the Asia Championship last year, is the same lineup that will be representing us for Malaysia in 2025.
So that is for the Esports GT Championship standings. I mean, what a performance these races had today there, Victor. I mean, 1 point different.
It's crazy.
I can only laugh.
Yeah, it's a crazy, crazy fight. And I mean, what an amazing way to cap things off here, ladies and gentlemen. But now, let's have a look at the next bit of the information here.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, what a championship with just 1 point different. Victor, 5th title in his hands, man. I mean, can you believe it or not? But Taj Izrin Aiman of the moment. But for the rest of our show, we're going to be with our main man, which is Mr. Faisal. I think it is pretty much done with us there, Victor.
Yeah, we still have the Pro Championship later on to announce, but then for now, we're going to be passing over to our host on the stage there. Take it away, Faisal Arifin.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you so much, Victor. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now come to our grand finale prize presentation. Now remember, our top 3 champion will be representing Malaysia at our TGR Asia Esports GT Championship 2025 in Bangkok, Thailand in November. Now with that said, I would like to invite up on stage our representatives from Toyota Motors to give out our prizes for our champions. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Sean Lang, Director of UMW Toyota Motors. Welcome, Mr. Sean. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for having us today. Thank you. All right, next up we've got one more. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Farid Muhammad Sharif, Director of UMW Toyota Motors. Welcome, Mr. Farid. Thank you for being here with us today. Thank you for taking out of your time, of your busy schedule. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys don't want to see my face or hear my voice much longer. Let's call upon all our 10 drivers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, P10. Coming in at number 10, hardpoint victory. Give it up for Putra Azwira Sahazam. A hard-fought victory through our grueling qualifier rounds. And right here, up to our top 10 finalists. Let's call upon P9, Wayne Go! Welcome, Wayne. Welcome, Wayne. Amazing try. We saw him race yesterday in the semifinals. Amazing try, amazing try. Thank you so much, Wayne. All right, our only competitor from Penang, ladies and gentlemen, Lau Wui Kit. P8, ladies and gentlemen, a fine young gentleman. He's a bit shy, but he is humble and amazing nonetheless. Thank you so much, Lau Wui Kit. Amazing performance from you today and yesterday. All right, next up, ladies and gentlemen, P7. Give it up for Chong Jin Bin. Welcome, Chong Jin Bin. Selamat datang. Thank you so much. Amazing racer also. I think as Taj and Iqbal has mentioned, all of them have brought up the quality of drivers over the past few years, and now we have such a competitive grand final. Okay, next up, ladies and gentlemen, for P6, give it up for Danish Warren. Danish is amazing. Every time I interview him, such a soft-spoken, amazing, full of talent, so humble. Thank you so much, Danish, for being here with us. And next up here for P5, ladies and gentlemen, the brothers Nabil Azlan. What's up, what's up? Now, even after being with them, the two brothers, for 2 days, I still don't know which one is the eldest one and which one is the youngest one. They all look the same. Amazing one, Nabil. Fantastic. Coming in at a very, very close P4. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Nabil's brother, Nakib Azlan. Welcome, Nakib. Thank you so much. Amazing hard work from all our drivers here today. A very, very close P3 and P4. What separates them, is just 1 point. Ladies and gentlemen, our P3, Chong Kai Chang. Congratulations, Chong Kai Chang. We saw him yesterday work so hard. He made some mistakes along the way, but he kept his mental strong. And today, with all the mental strength he had, he drove like his life depended on it. Congratulations once again to our P3 winners, Chong Kai Chang. And now, the guy that broke Taj Aiman's championship in 2022, fought his hardest today and yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Iqbal Suji! We have never seen something so tight like this. Kalau bahasa Melayu kita cakap sengit betul the finals, because the difference between him and number one is only 1 point, ladies and gentlemen, from P2 to P1. And at number one, ladies and gentlemen, back again, our defending champion, fought his hardest, almost cried his heart out at the last final race. Ladies and gentlemen, give the loudest round sound of applause to Taj Izrin Aiman! Our defending champion, with his support of his father in the crowd, giving him all the energy and strength he needs. Taj Izrin Aiman is your 2025 Esports GT Championship champion. Congratulations, Taj Aiman. What an amazing race you've done here today. All right, so we would like to call only top 3 for a group photo. Aiman, jangan lari Aiman. Kita nak ambil gambar untuk top 3. That's right. Yes, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your top 3 winners. And these top 3 winners will be qualifying for TGR Asia Esports GT Championship 2025. All right, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. And now, as we take a picture, remember, I will say TG and you say? All right. Aiman boleh Aiman? Macam tak ada suara je tu. Okay, ready, ladies and gentlemen. TG! TG! All right, okay, we don't want to take any more energy from Aiman. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite all our P10 drivers to come back on stage for a nice, wonderful group photo. All right. Okay, wonderful. All right, now there's more of you. So when I say TG, I want to hear the R a bit louder. Okay, boleh? Can, Can, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your top 10 finalists. Rounds out of applause. Let's take a big 10. TG! TG! Alright, beri tepukan kemudian tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, inilah kita punya top 10 finalists. Thank you so much. Alright, we would like to request our VVIPs to stay on stage. Okay, now we're going to throw it back to our casters, ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about and our Pro Championship standings. Ladies and gentlemen, take it away, Matthew and Victor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Faisal. I mean, it's not the end of us yet there, Victor. We're going to be having a look on the Pro Championship standings from P10 all the way till P4. We can see that. So Chandra Mauli Anandan will be bagging on 77 points across 4 rounds there. P9 for Ethan Lau with 84 points. Chong Jin Bin on P8 with 92 points. 93 points for Loh Wei Kit on P7 with an incredible performance, but just didn't go through as much as he expected to be. But in P6, we see Iqbal Suji with 93 points. P5 for Danish Vigneswaran with 105 points. Chong Kai Chang in P4 with 115 points. Victor, this top 3, we can already brewing, we can already see, you know, there's these 2 brothers I cannot see in the list anymore, you know?
2 brothers and another champion.
Yeah.
But let's see where they stack up amongst the rest here. So for in P3, the second runner-up, Taj Isrin Aiman takes that position here in the Pro Championship standings with 126 points, 11 points ahead of Chong Kai Chang. And now for P2 as well as P1 in the Pro standings, here we go. It's Naqib Aslan who takes P2 and Nabil Aslan takes the overall here in the Pro Championship for 2025.
Incredible performance by our brothers over here, Nabil and also Naqib, both of them. I mean, 2 brothers, 1 mission, which is to dominate any competition they get into there, Victor.
Yeah, they've dominated the Pro Championship for sure, but then, you know, the Esports GT round still proves to be quite the challenge actually for even these 2 brothers. And also, I wanted to say, like, it's also very interesting to see that Nabil was the one, in fact, who beat his older brother in the Pro Championship itself, but nevertheless, a great performance that we've seen from them all.
Of course, man. I mean, I just can't wait to see how things will be going for them in the next competition, in the next season to come. But I think we're all, I mean, this is the moment where we can say goodbye. Finally, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like, for last words from myself, I mean, I like to say it's such a great honor to be along in this journey here together with Toyota Gazoo Racing for many years now. I still remember the first time, you know, coming in and commentating these races, and to look back now
years ago,
where we've come, you know, since then. It's been an incredible journey, you know, to be alongside with all of you guys here, and of course with you as my partner here, Matt.
Yeah, it's an absolute privilege there, Victor, and also not to forget all of our amazing fans on the online stream. Thank you so much for tuning in, and hope to see you guys in the next season as well. And make sure to support your favorite driver. For now, thank you and goodbye from us. We'll be passing it to our main man on the stage. It is going to be Faisal. We'll be doing the endings there. Thank you, man. See you.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you so much, Victor. Our 2 amazing commentators have been with us from day 1. Both of them are almost losing their voice. If you talk to them behind it, it's okay. It's okay, Matthew. It's okay, Victor. We're almost over. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now here. We stand here to give the prizes to our top 3 overall champion. Coming in at P3, going home with the prize money of 10,000 ringgit. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Taj Aiman. So not only will he be qualifying to our Asia Regional Champions in Bangkok, Thailand, he's also going home with 10,000 ringgit. Thank you, that's a good clap. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. See, your dad already waiting. Aku dah cakap, man, aku nak duit. I want new car. See, your dad told me he wants you to buy him a new car. All right, thank you, Taj. Okay. Coming in number 2, ladies and gentlemen, the brothers. They have shown their mettle throughout the race. They have shown that adaptability is one of the most important things to win in the overall champion. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to, coming in number 2, Naqib Aslan. Welcome, Naqib. Now, for those of us who are in the know just how talented these two brothers are. Not only on sim racing, they also drive actual cars and are just as good on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we know when we talk about adaptability and the strength and the experience that he has driving different platforms. Congratulations, Nakib. And now, let's call upon our overall champion, going home with 25,000 ringgit. One of the brothers too. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Nabil Azlan. All right, I've already given him my own personal nickname. His name is Nabil Babyface Azlan. He looks amazing and he is one of the most talented drivers out there at such a young age, going home with a prize pool of 25,000 ringgit. Good job, Nabil. Good job, Nakib. Good job, Taj Aiman. Ladies and gentlemen, 1, 2, 3. Give it your loudest round sound of applause to your overall champion. All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you here at Sunway University and those of you watching at home, thank you so much for joining us here today. All 1 million of you viewers on Facebook, thank you so much. If you have anything to add, don't forget to comment down below on Facebook and our YouTube Live. Once again, I would also like to say thank you to Toyota for making all of this possible, and also our partners and sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, Toyo Tires, Modelista, Denso, Pentas Flora, Tech Lab, Motis, NK, Kinto, TCAP, and let's not forget our home ground, Sunway University. And also, yang paling penting, ladies and gentlemen, the support that we've had from our government agencies, MESF and also MAM. Thank you so much to our VVIPs for having us here today. Thank you so much, Mr. Farid. Thank you so much, Mr. Sean. You guys have been amazing. My name is Faisal, and I hope to see all of you next time. And I hope to see all of you in Thailand, Bangkok in November. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum. Have a very good evening. Have a great day.
Bang.